Story 1. My ex's generous breakup payouts were actually part of a mind control experiment. Until now, I have never thought I would post something like this. But after what I discovered 3 days ago, I can't stay quiet anymore. My name is Madison, I'm 22, and a pre-med student at a university I once thought was respectable. I was wrong about my school, my boyfriend, and everything in between. 6 months ago, I started dating Alexander Sterling, Lex to everyone. He's 24, heir to a pharmaceutical fortune, and at first glance perfect. Napa getaways, yacht weekends, designer gifts, but what made me fall for him wasn't the money. It was how kind he seemed, genuinely kind. Then came the fresh start packages. Lex has this habit. After every breakup, he gives his exes massive payouts, $50,000 to $100,000, plus luxury gifts like Cartier bracelets, designer bags, even vintage Rolexes. He always says, "I just don't want anyone to feel like they wasted time with me." At first, it sounded noble. My roommates thought it was incredible. Zoe dated him last year and got enough money to erase her student loans. Riley studied abroad on Lex's dime. Amber walked away with a Tiffany necklace and $75K. They spoke about him like he was a saint. "Even if it doesn't work out, he'll take care of you," Zoe told me once, absent-mindedly touching her bracelet. I should have questioned how they all said almost the same thing. I should have wondered why smart, independent women were okay with being paid off. But I didn't. I was broke, overwhelmed with school applications, and watching my dad work double shifts to keep our family clinic open. Financial stability felt like a lifeline. Then last Tuesday happened. I was in the library researching neurological disorders when I saw Victoria Hayes, a psychology PhD student I vaguely recognized, carrying what looked like medical equipment toward a restricted basement section. Her secretive, focused expression made me follow her. Downstairs was nothing like the rest of campus. Sterile white halls, hums of machines. Through a cracked door, I saw what looked like a clinical lab, brain scanners, IVs, neural monitors, and 3 women in chairs, electrodes on their heads. I recognized one, Sarah Mitchell, another of Lex's exes. Her face twitched, smiling, frowning, confusion, like someone was switching channels inside her mind. Victoria adjusted controls as if orchestrating her emotions. I snapped photos and slipped away, shaking. Victoria wasn't just a psych student, she was running some kind of human experiment, and Lex's ex-girlfriends were involved. Back in my dorm, everything looked different. Zoe stroked her bracelet obsessively while browsing overpriced skincare. Riley checked her Rolex every few minutes. Amber was planning luxury vacations, way out of character for someone usually obsessed with coupons. I asked about their gifts. Zoe went distant and dreamy. It was perfect, just perfect. Riley couldn't remember where she got her watch. Amber swore her necklace was a graduation gift, though she hadn't graduated yet. They also developed bizarre obsessions. Zoe with $300 French moisturizers. Riley only drank water from a niche premium brand. Amber insisted on food from a specific organic supplier. When I questioned them, they got defensive. It just feels right. Something was wrong. So I did the unthinkable. I searched Lex's apartment while he was in class. Hidden in his closet was a box filled with medical files, psychological profiles, photos, dozens of women, including my roommates. Each file had notes, dates, and something labeled behavioral modification success rate. And one had my name. It was thick. Pages detailing my dad's clinic, our financial struggles, my academic goals, childhood memories, even my worst fears. I wasn't just dating Lex. I'd been studied, monitored, targeted. One note chilled me to the bone: primary candidate for Phase 3 implementation. Family medical background provides perfect cover for advanced neurological programming. I confronted Lex that night. I showed him the photos. At first, he looked shocked. Then his hand grazed his always-worn headphones and his expression went blank. "You're obviously stressed about school," he said robotically. "Maybe it's time we discussed your fresh start package. I was thinking $100,000, maybe something from Cartier. You'd love their new bracelet collection." His tone, scripted, rehearsed, inhuman. That's when it hit me. Lex might be a victim too. A puppet used to recruit and deliver targets to whatever experiment Victoria's running. I'm writing this from my childhood bedroom. I told my parents I just needed rest, but the truth is, I'm terrified. My roommates keep texting me with the same sugary tone they once used about Lex. It's like their personalities are fading, overwritten by something else. I've been researching behavioral conditioning, neurological implants, pharmaceutical mind control. What I'm uncovering is horrifying and suggests what I saw might just be one piece of something far larger and more dangerous. Tomorrow, I'm going to speak to my father, Dr. Carlos Torres. He's run a family clinic for 2 decades. If anyone can help me understand what's happening to these women, it's him. I know how all this sounds, like paranoia, but what if I'm not imagining it? What if Lex, the man I thought I loved, was created, crafted as part of this experiment? What if I'm next? So Reddit, am I losing it, or did I just uncover something real and deadly? Update 1. Hey Reddit. It's been 4 days since my original post, and I wish I could say things have gotten better. They haven't. They've gotten worse, so much worse, that I'm not even sure I'm safe anymore. But I can't stop now. Too many lives are at stake. First, thank you, seriously. To everyone who commented DMED or just offered support, you have no idea how much it meant. A few of you asked questions I hadn't thought to ask. One user told me to dig into my family's medical records. Another warned me to stay off campus. Someone else sent me information on recent missing persons reports from nearby universities. That last one, it may have saved my life. The morning after my post, I went to my dad's clinic. I brought everything, printouts of the photos I took in Victoria's lab, files from Lex's apartment, notes I'd scribbled in panic. My father, Dr. Carlos Torres, has been a family physician for over 2 decades. I've never seen him look as shaken as he did that morning. Mija, he said softly after flipping through the images, you need to see something. He took me into his private office and pulled out a thick file labeled Neurological Anomalies Young Adults 2022-2024. Inside were 17 case studies. 17 young adults ages 19 to 25, all from wealthy families. All presenting with the same bizarre symptoms: short-term memory loss, sudden compulsive brand loyalty, emotional numbness, and unexplained shifts in personality. I've been documenting these cases for months, he told me. They don't fit into any known condition. These kids appear fine during checkups, but their families, they're terrified. One day their daughter's shy and frugal, and the next she's obsessively buying luxury products and claiming she deserves better. It's like someone flipped a switch. That alone was chilling. But then he showed me the name at the top of the last file. Diego Torres, age 19, my brother. I stared at it in disbelief. Dad, Diego's been in Barcelona for almost 2 years. He's studying international business. My father's face darkened. That's what we've all been told. But Madison, I haven't actually spoken to your brother in 6 months. He won't answer my video calls. The last few messages, they came from email and text, and they just don't sound like him. He opened his phone and showed me Diego's most recent texts. They were unnaturally formal. Clean grammar, 0 typos. Phrases like all is well on my end and I'm thriving in this new environment. Not a single slang word, emoji, or typo. Not like Diego at all. There's more, Dad said grimly. You remember Isabella, Diego's girlfriend from 2 years ago. The last time anyone saw him was right after a coffee date near her campus. He pulled up grainy security footage from outside that cafe. My stomach twisted. There he was, Diego, smiling, holding hands with Isabella. And then a woman approached, elegant, well-dressed, in her 50s. She handed Diego a small box. 3 hours later, Diego texted our family that he'd been unexpectedly accepted into a prestigious Barcelona program and would be flying out that night. No goodbye, no visit, just gone. I recognized the woman instantly. Dr. Helena Cross, Dean of Student Affairs at my university. That moment broke something in me. Dad, are you saying Diego never left? I asked, my voice barely audible. I don't know where he is, Dad replied. But I'm starting to believe he didn't go willingly. And I think whatever's happening to your boyfriend and his ex-girlfriends, it's connected. We spent hours combing through case notes. The pattern was undeniable. High-performing young adults, usually from wealthy or well-connected families, gifted luxury items after odd encounters with university-affiliated figures. Then came the behavior shifts. Then the disappearances, or in some cases, complete emotional rewrites. That night, I reached out to someone I trusted, Marcus Millers, a childhood friend who's now studying computer science at another university. I didn't want to involve anyone from my school too risky. I told Marcus everything over an encrypted video call. He didn't laugh. He didn't call me paranoid. Madison, he said after a long pause, this sounds like a full-scale psych ops program. Whoever's behind this, they're funded, protected, and probably monitoring everything. Marcus offered to dig into the tech behind it all. Within 24 hours, he found something horrifying. The luxury gifts Lex gave, Cartier bracelets, Rolexes, Tiffany necklaces, each contained micro-components. At first glance, nothing unusual. But when he cross-checked the parts against consumer product databases, they didn't match. These devices weren't factory standard. They're not just trackers, Marcus told me. They're wearable behavioral modulators. They emit frequencies that influence mood, suggest buying behavior, even suppress emotional resistance. In simple terms, they're portable brain control devices. He wasn't finished. Marcus hacked into the university's internal systems. Turns out, Dr. Helena Cross isn't just the dean. She's listed as lead investigator on at least 3 government-funded research grants totaling over $50 million. The funding agencies, obscure names that Marcus traced back to U.S. contractors specializing in psychological warfare and crowd control tech. Madison, he said flatly, your university is a testing ground. Your brother and those other study abroad kids, they're long-term test subjects. That night I made a decision. I'm going back to campus, but not as Madison, the confused girlfriend. I'm going back as someone who knows what's going on and is ready to burn it to the ground. I've started building what I call the antidote, a resistance network. Dad's on board, he's documenting symptoms, analyzing compounds. Marcus is monitoring all digital traffic, encrypting our communications, and helping me track active targets. We've already made contact with 3 other families who believe their children disappeared under similar circumstances. But the part that keeps me up at night, Lex, he's not just another test subject. He's something else, something more advanced. I've been replaying every conversation we've had. Every time he offers me money or talks about taking care of me, it always follows the same sequence. He touches those headphones, then the tone of his voice changes. He starts using brand names, scripted phrases. He's not being mind-controlled. He is the control system. The scariest part, he's begun hinting at marriage, talking about our future. Imagine the life I could give you, Madison, he said 2 weeks ago. You'd never have to worry again. Tomorrow I'm going to pretend to accept his proposal. I'll smile, I'll play along, but behind the scenes I'll be digging, looking for Diego, gathering more evidence, watching Lex like a hawk. My mission now has a name, Operation Clean Slate. Marcus is building a secure off-grid server to store everything we uncover. Dad is testing chemical blockers that might reverse some of the neurotech manipulation. We're building a way to take this whole network down before it consumes anyone else. And before I forget, there's one more thing. Right before I left campus, I told my roommates I was going home for a few days. None of them asked why. None of them even blinked. Instead, they all said the exact same phrase. Take the time you need, Madison. Everything will work out perfectly. In that same dreamy, detached voice they use when they talk about Lex. Now I'm wondering, are they even still themselves? Or are they part of the system now, monitoring me, manipulating me? I'll update again when I return to campus. If something happens, if I disappear, Marcus knows what to do. The data we've collected will go straight to every major outlet we can reach. Wish me luck, Reddit. I'm scared, but I'm ready. This isn't just about me anymore. It never was. Update 2. Reddit, I'm writing this from a secure location because what I discovered 3 days ago has turned my world upside down. I need to get this out there in case something happens to me. I went back to campus Monday, playing the loving girlfriend. Lex was waiting with my roommates, all wearing bright smiles that didn't reach their eyes. The moment I walked in, I knew something had changed. Madison, Zoe exclaimed, touching her Cartier bracelet. We missed you so much. Everything feels right now that you're back. Riley nodded, checking her Rolex. Lex has been so worried. He has something special planned. They spoke in perfect synchronization, finishing each other's thoughts, but what terrified me most was Lex himself. He looked exhausted but smiled unnaturally bright as he pulled me into a hug. I can't live without you, Madison. Will you marry me? He dropped to one knee, pulling out a ring box. My roommates started crying tears of joy, clapping in perfect unison. The whole scene felt choreographed. I said yes to maintain my cover, but noticed the ring was heavier than normal, with a tiny LED light embedded in the band. That night at dinner, Lex kept touching his headphones every few minutes, and each time his conversation would shift. He'd go from honeymoon plans to suggesting I transfer to a different medical school with better programs for my potential. "There's this amazing research opportunity," he said with distant eyes. "Dr. Cross mentioned it specifically. She thinks you'd be perfect for their advanced neurological studies program." My blood ran cold. Dr. Helena Cross wanted me in her research program. Meanwhile, Marcus had made a breakthrough. He discovered the university's network connected to a private server farm 20 miles from campus, modified with medical-grade infrastructure, operating rooms, patient housing, laboratory space. "Madison, I think that's where they're keeping the missing students," Marcus told me. "The power consumption matches a medical facility housing multiple patients on intensive monitoring." I met with Dr. Cross that afternoon. Her office walls were covered with awards and photos of her with government officials and pharmaceutical executives. "Alexander tells me you're interested in our advanced research program," she said, with calculating eyes. "Your family's medical background makes you an ideal candidate." She handed me information about the future of neurological medicine, promising to revolutionize treatment through innovative technological integration. The compensation was $500,000 for 2 years, plus a $1 million completion bonus. "I'll need time to consider," I said carefully. "Of course, though Alexander is quite eager for you to join. He believes it would be perfect for both your futures together." That evening, I made the most dangerous decision of my life. Using Marcus's building schematics, I drove to the industrial complex. I managed to peer through a window into what appeared to be a medical wing. Rows of hospital beds, each occupied by a young person connected to machines and monitors. I recognized several faces from missing person reports. They appeared unconscious or heavily sedated, with electrodes attached to their heads and IV lines in their arms. But the most horrifying sight was in the center, a woman who looked exactly like Lex, but older. She was connected to more equipment than the others, her head partially shaved with surgical scars. A placard read, "Subject Alpha Long-Term Neurological Integration Study." Lex's mother. The woman who supposedly died when he was 12. She was alive, Dr. Cross's test subject for over a decade. I took photos before security guards appeared and I had to run. When I got back to my dorm, my roommates were waiting with concerned expressions, actively trying to manipulate me back into compliance. Marcus analyzed my photos and confirmed our worst fears. That facility is holding at least 40 people. The equipment is designed for long-term neurological monitoring and modification. We're talking about complete personality reconstruction. The funding wasn't just from pharmaceutical companies, it came from a classified government program developing civilian behavioral management technology. My university was just the testing ground before rolling it out on a larger scale. Yesterday, I decided to accept Dr. Cross's offer, but not as a victim. I'm going in as a saboteur, with Marcus providing technical support and my father standing by with medical expertise. Tomorrow night is our engagement party at the University Alumni Center. Dr. Cross invited hundreds of guests, including parents of missing students and current test subjects. Marcus believes she's planning to activate all control devices simultaneously, demonstrating her technology for investors and government officials. But we have a plan. My father developed a compound to neutralize the behavioral modification chemicals, and Marcus found a way to disrupt the electronic components in the jewelry and headphones. The engagement party will become our final confrontation. Either we free everyone trapped by this system, or we die trying. If you don't hear from me again, Marcus has instructions to release everything to authorities and media. Please don't let this story die. Update 3. Reddit, I'm alive. Barely, but I'm alive. The engagement party 3 nights ago turned into something that will probably make headlines for months. Marcus and my father are heroes. Without them, none of us would have made it out alive, and Dr. Helena Cross would still be running her horrific experiments. The party was held at the university's alumni center. Dr. Cross had invited over 300 guests, university donors, pharmaceutical executives, government officials, and dozens of parents whose children had gone missing. Every person who'd received one of Lex's generous breakup packages was there, wearing their control devices. I arrived with Lex, who seemed more programmed than ever. He kept touching his headphones and speaking in that rehearsed tone. My roommates were positioned strategically around the room like beautiful guards. "Tonight is going to be magical," Zoe said, stroking her bracelet as she handed me champagne. The champagne tested positive for neurological suppressants, so I didn't drink it. Around 9, Dr. Cross took the stage. "Tonight, you're going to witness something extraordinary, a demonstration of technology that will revolutionize how we understand and guide human behavior." She displayed brain scans and behavioral charts. "For 5 years, we've been perfecting neurological influence that can reshape personality and create ideal citizens. The young people around you represent successful implementation." On cue, everyone wearing control devices, my roommates, Lex's exes, even Lex began moving in perfect synchronization to designated positions, their expressions vacant but alert. Phase 1 involved simple behavioral modification. Tonight, we begin Phase 2 mass activation for our investors and government partners. She was going to demonstrate mass mind control on the entire room, but as she reached for a master control device, every light went out. Emergency lighting bathed everything in red. "She's been experimenting on your children," I shouted. "The missing students are being held at a facility 20 miles from here." Chaos erupted. Parents demanded answers. Security moved toward me, but Dr. Cross's control device wasn't working. Marcus had disrupted the signals. "You have no idea what you've done," Dr. Cross snarled as guards grabbed me. "This technology could have solved every social problem. Crime, addiction, political unrest, all eliminated." My father stepped forward with FBI agents and parents who'd been working with law enforcement for months. "By turning people into slaves," he said firmly. The next hours were arrests, medical examinations, and emergency rescues. Marcus used their computer systems to locate and unlock the facility holding missing students. The most emotional moment came when Lex, free from his headphones, broke down completely. "Madison, I don't know what's real anymore. I can't remember who I was before." I held him as he cried. "We'll figure it out together." The rescue was successful but heartbreaking. 43 young people were found, including Diego and Lex's mother. Diego was conscious but confused with memory gaps. Lex's mother had severe neurological damage from decades of experimentation. Victoria Hayes turned out to be another victim, programmed to believe she was conducting legitimate research. When freed, she collapsed and needed hospitalization. Government officials and pharmaceutical executives funding the program are under federal investigation. Dr. Cross's research was part of a much larger network of illegal human experimentation. My roommates and other victims are receiving treatment. The process of reversing neurological changes is slow, but most show recovery signs. Zoe threw away her bracelet and cried for hours when she realized what happened. "Lex and I aren't engaged anymore. How could we be when neither knows who we really are? But we're working together, using his resources to fund victim treatment and support investigations. The real Lex is nothing like the programmed version. He's quiet, thoughtful, and deeply angry. I want to make sure this never happens to anyone else," he said yesterday. "Diego is slowly recovering memories, though some may never return. He remembers thinking he was going to study abroad. Then everything becomes fuzzy until waking up in the facility. I'm starting medical school with a new focus: neurological rehabilitation for mind control victims. My father is expanding his clinic to include research on behavioral modification effects. Dr. Cross faces charges including kidnapping, human trafficking, and illegal medical experiments. She shows no remorse, insisting her research could have optimized human society. But here's what haunts me: we only found one facility. Marcus's investigation suggests there are others, possibly dozens, scattered across the country. Dr. Cross's program was just one branch of something much larger. The real Lex asked me something yesterday I can't stop thinking about. How many people are living programmed lives without knowing it? How many choices we think we're making are actually being made for us? I don't have answers, but I'll spend my life trying to find them. If there are other Dr. Crosses, other facilities, other victims, we're going to find them too. Thank you, Reddit, for believing my story. Without this community's support, I might have given up. You helped save dozens of lives. Story 2, my girlfriend said, "You don't care about my health journey." Real partners support healing, not enable toxic eating patterns. At my CPA celebration dinner, I replied, "I'll audit that claim." Then I checked her business accounts and discovered she was monetizing my malnutrition. You know what's funny about being an accountant? You're trained to notice when numbers don't add up, but somehow I completely missed the accounting fraud happening in my own kitchen. I'm Ryan, 30, just got my CPA license after 3 years of studying while working full-time. Met my girlfriend Melody 8 months ago at a coffee shop where she was filming content about mindful morning routines. She seemed passionate about health, which I respected since my own relationship with food was pretty standard guy stuff pizza, burgers, whatever was convenient. Initially, Melody's wellness focus felt inspiring. She'd talk about nourishing your body as self-care and food as medicine, concepts that sounded sophisticated compared to my habit of eating lunch at my desk while reviewing spreadsheets. The first few months were great. Melody would make these gorgeous smoothie bowls that looked like art, introduce me to foods I'd never tried, share interesting facts about nutrition. She seemed genuinely excited to expand my relationship with wellness. But around month 4, her enthusiasm started requiring my participation. "Ryan, I've been thinking about our grocery situation," she said one evening, scrolling through her phone while I was reviewing tax returns. "The processed foods in our kitchen are creating an environment that doesn't support my healing journey." Healing journey was her term for recovering from what she described as a complex relationship with food from her college years. I wanted to be supportive. Eating disorders are serious, and if my normal groceries were triggering for her, I could adapt. What would be more supportive? I asked. That question cost me about $500 per week. Melody presented a complete grocery overhaul. Organic everything, specific brands she'd researched extensively, supplements that supported optimal nutrient absorption, and meal prep services that specialized in inflammation-reducing protocols. The grocery bills went from $120 weekly for both of us to $400–600 for what Melody called foods that actually nourish cellular function. When I mentioned the cost increase, she got this hurt expression. "Ryan, I thought you supported my wellness goals. This isn't about money, it's about my recovery. Are you saying my healing isn't worth the investment?" That became her standard response. Question any expense, and suddenly I was undermining her mental health recovery. My coworker Jake started noticing changes around month 6. "Dude, you're looking thin. You feeling okay?" he asked during our coffee break routine. I was feeling tired, actually, but Melody said that was normal during metabolic adjustment periods, as my body adapted to actual nutrition instead of inflammatory foods. My mom was more direct during our monthly family dinner. "Ryan, you used to love pizza. Now you won't eat anything fun. Are you sure this diet is healthy?" When I mentioned my family's concerns to Melody, she launched into a speech about toxic family food dynamics and how people threatened by positive changes often try to sabotage growth. "Your mom probably associates love with feeding people unhealthy food," Melody said. "That's actually a form of emotional manipulation, even if she doesn't realize it." Melody had an explanation for every concern that somehow made the person expressing it wrong and her approach right. My gym buddy Marcus had a different perspective. "Ryan, your girlfriend's been selling those expensive supplements you buy to other gym members," he mentioned casually while we were doing cardio. I stopped mid-stride on the treadmill. "What do you mean selling them?" "She's got like a side business going. Sells those green superfood powders and protein supplements for half retail price. Says she gets wholesale access through her influencer connections. Those supplements cost me $200 monthly. If Melody was buying them wholesale and selling them to gym members while I paid retail prices, that wasn't just business, that was fraud." When I asked Melody about it, she said Marcus was misunderstanding her community wellness sharing. She occasionally helped friends access quality supplements at cost, but wasn't profiting off anyone's health journey. That explanation lasted until I saw her Instagram stories showing cash payments from supplement delivery to gym members. Around month 7, I went for my annual physical. My doctor, Dr. Kim, looked concerned reviewing my blood work. "Ryan, you're showing deficiencies in several key vitamins despite what appears to be a supplement-heavy diet. Are you following some kind of restrictive eating plan?" I explained Melody's nutrition protocol, mostly raw foods, specific timing for meals, supplements instead of inflammatory foods like grains and dairy. Dr. Kim frowned. "This isn't balanced nutrition, Ryan. You're missing essential nutrients, and your body weight is dropping below healthy ranges. Whoever designed this plan isn't qualified to manage someone's complete nutritional needs." When I shared Dr. Kim's concerns with Melody, she dismissed them immediately. "Traditional medicine doesn't understand functional nutrition," she said. "Your doctors probably never studied how food affects cellular inflammation. The deficiencies are just your body detoxing from years of processed foods." Melody had a wellness explanation that contradicted every medical opinion. My energy levels were crashing by month 8. I was struggling to focus during busy tax season, falling asleep at my desk, getting headaches that Melody attributed to toxin release during cleansing phases. My colleague Sarah, who'd been watching me decline for weeks, finally said something. "Ryan, you look exhausted constantly. This diet thing isn't working for you." But confronting Melody about health concerns had become impossible. Any suggestion that her approach wasn't working became evidence that I didn't understand wellness or was sabotaging her recovery process. The breaking point came at the worst possible moment: my CPA license celebration dinner. I'd finally passed the final exam after 3 years of studying. My family had made reservations at Romano's, the Italian place where we'd celebrated every major milestone since I was a kid. My parents, my sister, my grandparents, everyone was excited to celebrate. Melody spent the entire dinner making comments about the inflammatory ingredients in every dish, explaining to my grandmother why bread was basically poison, and suggesting the restaurant should offer more conscious options for people prioritizing wellness. When my dad ordered dessert to share a tradition in our family, Melody launched into a lecture about sugar addiction and metabolic dysfunction. "This is exactly the kind of toxic food environment that creates health problems," she announced to the entire table. "You don't care about my health journey. Real partners support healing, not enable toxic eating patterns." My 80-year-old grandmother, who'd survived the Korean War and built a successful business in America, looked stunned that someone was lecturing her about food choices at her grandson's celebration dinner. I looked at Melody, seeing clearly for the first time how she'd turned every social situation into a platform for her wellness performance. "I'll audit that claim," I replied calmly, then suggested we continue the conversation privately. That night, I did what I should have done months earlier: applied my accounting skills to Melody's wellness business. What I found was systematic financial manipulation disguised as health advocacy. Melody had been documenting our couple's transformation journey on a private Instagram account with 15,000 followers. She was getting paid sponsorships from supplement companies, meal prep services, and wellness brands to showcase how supportive partners can heal together. The expensive groceries I was buying, she was using them as content props, filming what we eat in a day videos that generated hundreds of dollars per post. The supplements I purchased were being sold to gym members at markup, while she claimed wholesale costs to sponsors. But the most manipulative part was her narrative. According to her content, I had been resistant to wellness initially, and she was gently guiding a partner away from toxic masculine food habits toward conscious nutrition. She was literally monetizing my forced malnutrition while telling her audience that I'd been the problem requiring her wellness intervention. The financial records showed Melody was making $2,000 to $3,000 monthly from our transformation content, while I was spending $500 plus weekly on groceries and supplements that were making me sick. I screenshot everything. Accountant habits die hard. The next morning, I was ready for a conversation based on actual data. "Melody, we need to discuss the financial aspects of our nutrition arrangement." She immediately went into familiar patterns. "Ryan, I thought we moved past your resistance to investing in wellness. This is about healing, not money. This is about you making money from content that documents my declining health while I pay for the groceries that create the content." Her confident wellness expert demeanor cracked immediately. "Ryan, I can explain. The content creation helps fund our healthy lifestyle, and it inspires other couples to prioritize wellness together. While I develop vitamin deficiencies and you sell my supplements to gym members." She tried the emotional manipulation playbook. Tears about how I was reducing her wellness advocacy to something commercial. Claims that I was sabotaging her platform for helping people. Accusations that I didn't understand how much work content creation required. But accounting teaches you to trust numbers over narratives. "Here's the financial analysis," I said, pulling out printed records. "You've made approximately $18,000 from content featuring our relationship, while I've spent $12,000 on groceries and supplements that a doctor says are causing nutritional deficiencies. This isn't wellness, it's malnutrition for profit. You can't prove that my content directly caused your health issues. Correlation isn't causation. But fraud is fraud, regardless of the wellness terminology you use to justify it." That's when reality hit her. Without my income subsidizing the expensive wellness lifestyle she was monetizing, she had no content to sell to sponsors. The natural consequences unfolded systematically. When I stopped buying expensive groceries and supplements, Melody's content quality dropped immediately. Sponsors noticed the change from abundant wellness lifestyle to budget-conscious nutrition choices. Her gym supplement sales dried up when I stopped providing inventory. Other gym members realized they could buy the same products online for the same prices Melody was charging, without the wellness lecture attached. The $12,000 I'd spent on her content creation. She managed to pay back about $3,000 before her influencer income collapsed. I wrote off the rest as an expensive education in nutritional manipulation. My health recovery was faster than expected. Within 3 weeks of eating normal food again, my energy levels returned. Dr. Kim's follow-up showed vitamin levels improving rapidly once I stopped following Melody's restrictive protocols. The most satisfying part wasn't watching her struggle to maintain her influencer lifestyle without my subsidies. It was my family's relief when I started eating normally again. "Ryan's back to being himself," my mom told my dad during our next family dinner. "I can't believe someone convinced him that our family food traditions were toxic." My colleagues noticed immediately. "Whatever diet experiment you were doing, glad you stopped," Sarah said. "You look healthy again." These days, I eat normal food without guilt. Pizza on Fridays, dinner out with friends, holiday meals with my family. Turns out, normal nutrition works fine when you're not funding someone else's content creation. I volunteer with our firm's financial literacy program now, teaching people about relationship-based financial manipulation. Melody's case study has become a popular example of how wellness terminology can disguise systematic theft. And honestly, the most authentic wellness practice I've adopted is recognizing when someone uses your health concerns to justify emptying your wallet. Some nutrition lessons are worth every vitamin deficiency. If you enjoyed this story about wellness manipulation and financial fraud, subscribe for more insights about protecting your health and finances from relationship scammers. Remember, when someone monetizes your malnutrition while claiming it's for your own good, that's not healing, that's just capitalism with organic branding. Story 3. My ex-wife manipulated our daughter into hating me to win the divorce. 18 months later, my daughter showed up at my door crying, after overhearing her mother bragging about how easy it was to turn a child into a weapon. The fluorescent lights in the family court hallway buzzed overhead as I sat alone on the hard wooden bench, watching my world crumble in real time. Across the corridor, my 18-year-old daughter Emma walked past me as if I were invisible, her designer sneakers clicking against the polished floor. She chose to sit beside her mother Bailey instead, their heads bent together in whispered conversation that excluded me entirely. For 18 years, Emma had been my little girl who ran to me first with every scraped elbow, failed math test, and teenage heartbreak. Now she stared through me like I was some unwelcome stranger who had wandered into her family's private drama. It started 24 months ago when I discovered that my wife of 20 years, Bailey, had been having an affair with Cole, her personal trainer from the gym. 20 years of marriage, thrown away for someone who could barely string together a coherent sentence about anything beyond protein shakes and workout routines. I found out in the most cliché way possible. Billy had left her phone on the kitchen counter while she showered, and a text notification from Cole lit up the screen. "Can't wait to be inside you again." My hands trembled as I scrolled through months of explicit messages, each one more devastating than the last. They'd been meeting at hotels, at his apartment, even in our own home when I was at work. But the real knockout punch came during our divorce proceedings. Despite Billy being the one who shattered our marriage vows, despite her being the one who lied and cheated for 8 months, somehow I was painted as the villain. The custody battle was brutal. Billy's lawyer painted me as an absent workaholic, a controlling husband who drove his wife into another man's arms. They twisted every normal marital disagreement into evidence of emotional abuse. My long hours at the office, necessary to support our family's comfortable lifestyle, became proof that I neglected my responsibilities as a father and husband. And Emma, my precious daughter, believed every word of it. The judge awarded Billy primary custody, leaving me with supervised visitation rights that felt more like charity than justice. I walked out of that courtroom feeling like I'd been hit by a truck, emotionally and financially devastated. But the worst part wasn't the money or the house or even the public humiliation. It was watching Emma pack her belongings and move in with Billy, looking at me with a mixture of pity and disgust that no father should ever have to see in his child's eyes. That night, I sat in my empty apartment, a cramped two-bedroom place that was all I could afford after the divorce settlement, and wondered how my life had imploded so completely. What I didn't understand then was that Billy hadn't just won the custody battle through superior legal representation. She had been waging a psychological warfare campaign against me, using Emma as both weapon and target. The process was subtle, insidious, and devastatingly effective. Bailey would show Emma text conversations between us, but carefully edited to remove all context. A message where I asked Bailey to dress more warmly for a winter evening became evidence of my controlling nature. My concerns about her increasingly flirtatious behavior with male coworkers became proof of my toxic jealousy and possessiveness. She convinced Emma that I had been emotionally abusive for years. Every time I came home tired from a long day at the office, Billy reframed it as me being cold and distant. Every time we argued about finances or household responsibilities, it became another example of my alleged verbal abuse. "Your father never appreciated me," Bailey would tell Emma. "He made me feel worthless, like nothing I did was ever good enough. I stayed for you, sweetheart, but I couldn't take it anymore." Billy claimed the affair happened because I had emotionally destroyed her self-esteem, leaving her vulnerable and seeking validation elsewhere. Cole wasn't the villain who broke up our family, he was Bailey's savior, the man who showed her what real love looked like. Emma, already emotionally fragile from watching her parents' marriage disintegrate, absorbed every word like gospel truth. At 18, she was old enough to think she understood adult relationships, but young enough to be completely manipulated by someone she trusted implicitly. I tried reaching out, of course. I called, texted, showed up at Emma's school. But every attempt was met with the same cold response: silence, blocked numbers, and eventually threats of restraining orders if I didn't stop harassing them. The irony was crushing. I worked as a high school guidance counselor, spending my days helping other people's teenagers navigate family problems and emotional crises. Yet I couldn't reach my own daughter, couldn't break through the wall of lies that Bailey had built between us. After 6 months of failed attempts, I made the hardest decision of my life. I stopped trying. Not because I stopped loving Emma, but because I realized my persistence was only reinforcing Bailey's narrative that I was a controlling, obsessive father who couldn't respect boundaries. That year was the longest 12 months of my life. I became a digital stalker of my own child's life, checking her social media through mutual friends' accounts. I saw photos of Emma at college parties, heard about her academic achievements through the neighborhood gossip network, watched from afar as she celebrated her 19th birthday without me. The pictures were like knives to my heart. Emma looked happy, carefree, surrounded by friends and new experiences. In every photo with Bailey, they appeared closer than ever, like best friends rather than mother and daughter. Bailey had successfully positioned herself as the cool mom who rescued Emma from her allegedly toxic father. My mental health spiraled. I started seeing Dr. Martinez, a therapist who specialized in parental alienation cases. Our sessions were a lifeline, the only place where I could express my grief without judgment. I tried dating a few times, thinking it might help me move forward. But every relationship ended the same way, with me explaining why I couldn't fully commit, why part of my heart was permanently occupied by a daughter who wanted nothing to do with me. I considered legal action multiple times. My divorce attorney assured me we had grounds for a parental alienation lawsuit, especially given the sudden and complete change in Emma's attitude toward me. But every time I came close to filing papers, I stopped. The last thing I wanted was to drag Emma through more court proceedings, more lawyers, more public humiliation. So I waited. I rebuilt my life in small, careful steps. I got promoted at work, moved to a better apartment, even adopted a rescue dog named Charlie who became my closest companion. But underneath all the surface improvements, I was just treading water, hoping against hope that someday Emma would see through Bailey's lies. The knock on my door came 18 months after Emma had walked out of my life. I actually thought I might be hallucinating when I heard her voice through the door. "Dad, it's me, it's Emma." When the door finally opened, there was my daughter standing in the hallway with two large suitcases and a face streaked with tears. She didn't say a word. She just launched herself into my arms, sobbing against my chest while I held her like she might disappear if I loosened my grip even slightly. "I'm so sorry, Dad," she whispered between sobs. "I'm so sorry." I wanted to ask 1,000 questions, but I was too overwhelmed to speak. After 18 months of silence, rejection, and heartbreak, Emma was in my arms again. We stood in that doorway for what felt like hours, both of us crying, both of us holding on like our lives depended on it. When we finally pulled apart, Emma's explanation came in a flood of words and tears. "I heard Mom on the phone with Aunt Jessica last week," she began, her voice hoarse. "Jessica is going through a divorce, and Mom was giving her advice about how to turn the kids against their father. She was so proud, Dad. She was bragging about how she manipulated me, telling Jessica exactly what lies to tell and how to make them believable." My blood ran cold, but I forced myself to stay quiet and let Emma continue. She said, Emma's voice broke. She said that kids are stupid and will believe anything if you make yourself seem like the victim. She called me useful and said I was the perfect weapon against you because I was already emotional about the divorce. The revelation hit me like a physical blow, but what hurt more was seeing the devastation in my daughter's eyes. Emma had believed those lies for 18 months, had restructured her entire understanding of our family based on Bailey's manipulations. She made me feel like if I didn't believe her, I was betraying the only parent who really loved me, Emma said. She seemed so fragile, so hurt. I thought if I questioned her story, I'd be abandoning her when she needed me most. The sophistication of Bailey's psychological manipulation was breathtaking in its cruelty. She had used Emma's natural compassion and loyalty as weapons against both of us. "I always felt like something was wrong," Emma admitted. "I had that feeling for months, but I was too afraid to trust it. I'm sorry, Dad." "You're here now," I cut her off gently. "That's all that matters." Emma broke down again, this time with relief rather than grief. That night we ordered pizza and talked until dawn. Not about the divorce, not about Bailey's lies, but about Emma's college classes, her dreams for the future, the small details of daily life that I'd missed during our separation. The next morning, I called my attorney. With Emma's testimony about Bailey's manipulation tactics, we finally had solid grounds for both parental alienation claims and potential civil suits. When Bailey discovered that Emma had left and moved back in with me, she went into full panic mode. The phone calls started immediately, dozens of them, all going to voicemail because neither Emma nor I were ready to engage with her directly. The voicemails were a fascinating study in manipulation tactics. They started with hurt confusion. "Emma, honey, I don't understand why you left. Did your father pressure you? Are you safe?" When those didn't work, Billy shifted to anger. "You can't just disappear without explanation. I'm your mother, and I deserve better than this." Finally, she moved to threats. "If you don't call me back, I'm calling the police to do a wellness check. I'll tell them your father has been manipulating you." Billy showed up at my apartment uninvited 3 days later, demanding to speak with Emma. I found her in the hallway when I got home from work, sitting on the floor outside my door like some kind of deranged stalker. "We need to talk," she said, standing up as I approached with my keys. "No, we don't," I replied. "Emma doesn't want to see you and I have nothing to say to you." But Billy wasn't leaving without a scene. She followed me to my door, raising her voice so the neighbors could hear. "You can't keep me from my daughter. This is kidnapping, Marcus. Emma is confused and vulnerable, and you're taking advantage of her emotional state." Against my better judgment, I let her into the apartment. Emma was at her part-time job, which meant Billy and I could have an honest conversation without traumatizing my daughter further. The conversation that followed was one of the most disturbing 20 minutes of my life. Billy started with her usual victim routine, claiming I was being vindictive and trying to destroy her relationship with Emma out of spite. But when I pressed her about the manipulation tactics Emma had overheard, her facade began to crack. "Fine," she said finally, her voice sharp with frustration. "You want the truth? Here's the truth. I needed Emma on my side during the divorce because otherwise I'd look like the cheating wife who destroyed her family. Do you have any idea how that would have affected my social standing? My career?" I stared at her in disbelief. Even now, even caught red-handed, Billy was more concerned about her image than the damage she'd done to our daughter. "Besides," Billy continued, "having Emma live with you is actually convenient now. I can't afford to support her anymore." "What are you talking about? You got half of everything in the divorce plus alimony. I lost my job 6 months ago," Billy interrupted. "Cole bragged about our affair to his gym buddies, and word got back to my supervisor. Apparently, having an affair with a subordinate is frowned upon in corporate environments." The pieces started falling into place. Cole wasn't just Billy's lover, he was her employee. She had been his supervisor at the marketing firm where she worked, making their relationship not just adultery but a workplace scandal. "I've been supporting Cole's personal training business," she continued, apparently unaware of how damaging her admissions were. "He's trying to open his own gym, and it takes money to get something like that off the ground. So letting Emma live with me isn't about what's best for her," I said slowly. "It's about reducing your expenses." "Don't act so high and mighty," Billy snapped. "Emma eats like a horse and college textbooks aren't cheap. Plus, she's always wanting money for clothes and social activities. At least now that's your problem instead of mine." The conversation continued for another few minutes, with Billy revealing more and more of her true motivations. She wasn't just abandoning Emma, she was calculating exactly how to do it while maintaining her public image as a loving mother making a difficult sacrifice. When Emma came home from work an hour later, Billy was gone. I debated whether to tell Emma about our conversation, but I decided she deserved to know the truth. Emma's reaction surprised me. Instead of devastation, she showed a kind of resigned acceptance that broke my heart. "I kind of suspected something like that," she said quietly. "Mom's been weird about money lately, always complaining about how expensive everything is." The next day, I heard that Billy had contacted Patricia, my attorney, and had offered to voluntarily terminate her parental rights and transfer full custody to me. "She's framing it as a generous gesture," Patricia explained during our phone call. "Claims she's putting Emma's needs first and making a difficult sacrifice for her daughter's happiness." But Patricia and I both recognized what was really happening. Billy was cutting her losses, avoiding expensive legal battles she couldn't afford while spinning the narrative to protect her public image. The legal proceedings moved with surprising speed. Within 6 weeks, the paperwork was finalized. Emma had mixed feelings about the process. On one hand, she was relieved to have legal clarity about our relationship. On the other hand, she was hurt by how easily Billy was willing to let her go. The day of the rights termination hearing was emotionally brutal for Emma. Watching her mother sign away her parental responsibilities with the same casual attitude she might use to sign a lease agreement was devastating. Billy requested that the termination be presented publicly as Emma's choice. I agreed to go along with the fiction because it expedited the process and gave Emma the legal security she needed. But privately, we all knew the truth. Billy hadn't made a sacrifice for Emma's benefit. She had abandoned her daughter in the most calculated, manipulative way possible. Even after terminating her parental rights, Billy continued her manipulative behavior. The narrative she spun for mutual friends and extended family was masterful in its deception. Billy claimed the custody change was temporary, just until she could get back on her feet financially. She positioned herself as a heroic mother, putting her daughter's needs ahead of her own desires. I heard about Billy's sob story through the neighborhood gossip network. Former friends who had shunned me during the divorce suddenly reached out with messages of sympathy for Billy's difficult situation. But something about Billy's financial crisis didn't add up. Emma mentioned that during their time together, Billy never seemed to lack money for new clothes, restaurant dinners, or weekend trips with Cole. I began to suspect that Billy's financial struggles were as manufactured as her victim narrative had been. But I was so focused on rebuilding my relationship with Emma that I didn't investigate further. The formal termination of parental rights was supposed to provide closure, but it actually created new emotional challenges for Emma. "I keep thinking she'll change her mind," Emma admitted during one of our late-night conversations. "I know she's terrible, I know she what did, but she's still my mom. Part of me keeps hoping she'll realize what she's lost and try to make things right." The truth about Billy's deception came to light in the most unexpected way. I ran into Kevin, Billy's cousin, at the grocery store about 3 months after the rights termination. Kevin and I had always gotten along well before the divorce, and he seemed genuinely happy to see me. "Hey Marcus, how are you doing? I heard Emma moved back in with you, that's great." We chatted for a few minutes about Emma's college progress and my work. As we were saying goodbye, Kevin pulled out his phone. "Oh, you should see these pictures of Billy's vacation," he said, swiping through his social media feed. "She looks so happy and relaxed. I'm glad she's finally getting her life back together after everything she's been through." He handed me his phone, and I felt my blood pressure spike. The screen showed a series of photos from Billy's Instagram account, pictures of her and Cole on what was clearly an expensive yacht vacation. They were in the Caribbean somewhere, cocktails in hand, designer swimwear, first-class everything. "When was this taken?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. "Last week," Kevin replied. "She said it was her first real vacation in years." Cole surprised her with the trip to celebrate his new business venture. The timeline hit me like a sledgehammer. These photos were posted just days after Billy had terminated her parental rights. I scrolled through more pictures, my anger building with each image. This wasn't a modest getaway, this was a luxury vacation that probably cost more than most people's annual salary. The yacht, the resort, the clothes, the jewelry, everything screamed money and lots of it. "Actually, Kevin, could you send me that link? I'd love to show Emma that her mom is doing well." Kevin happily shared the Instagram link, completely unaware of what he'd just revealed. That evening, I sat in my living room staring at Billy's social media posts, trying to process the magnitude of her deception. While Emma struggled with guilt about abandoning her financially struggling mother, Billy was literally sailing around the Caribbean without a care in the world. I spent hours scrolling through Billy's recent posts, finding more evidence of her deception. Designer restaurant meals, expensive wine tastings, shopping sprees, all posted during the same period when she was supposedly too broke to support Emma. The next morning, I made the decision to show Emma the truth about her mother's vacation. I was terrified of how she might react. Would she be devastated, angry? Would it undo all the progress we'd made in rebuilding our relationship? "Emma," I said over breakfast, "there's something you need to see." I handed her my laptop with Billy's Instagram account pulled up. Emma's face went through a series of expressions, confusion, disbelief, and finally a kind of resigned acceptance that broke my heart. "How long ago were these posted?" she asked quietly. "Last week, 3 days after she signed the termination papers." Emma stared at the screen for a long time, scrolling through picture after picture of Bailey's luxury lifestyle. When she finally looked up, her expression was calmer than I expected. "I'm not surprised," she said. "I mean, I'm hurt, but I'm not surprised. This is exactly who she is." Emma went on to explain that she'd already begun to suspect Bailey's motives weren't entirely pure. During the right's termination hearing, Bailey had been cold and businesslike, more concerned with the legal paperwork than with saying goodbye to her daughter. "She hugged me at the courthouse, but it felt like she was hugging a stranger," Emma said. "There was no emotion, no sadness about losing me. She seemed relieved." Rather than destroying Emma, the revelation seemed to provide her with closure. She finally understood her mother's true nature and could stop making excuses for her behavior. "You know what the weird thing is?" Emma said. "I feel bad for her. She's chosen money and some loser boyfriend over her own daughter. She's going to wake up someday and realize what she threw away, and by then it'll be too late." Emma's maturity and resilience amazed me. At 19, she had survived psychological manipulation, parental abandonment, and the complete destruction of her family structure. Yet she was emerging stronger and wiser than many adults I knew. A few weeks later, Emma made a decision that surprised both of us. She decided to legally change her last name from her mother's maiden name back to mine. "I want to choose my real family," she explained. "Mom made her choice, and now I'm making mine." The name change process was simple but deeply symbolic. When Emma received her new driver's license and social security card, she cried tears of joy rather than sadness. "It feels like I'm officially home," she said. "We started family therapy together with Dr. Sarah Chen, a specialist in family dynamics and parental alienation recovery. The sessions helped us both process the trauma of the past 2 years and develop healthy communication patterns. Dr. Chen taught us techniques for rebuilding trust and creating new family traditions that weren't tainted by the manipulation we'd endured. We started weekly movie nights, monthly hiking trips, and annual vacation planning sessions, activities that were ours alone, untouched by Bailey's toxic influence. The healing process wasn't always smooth. Emma still had occasional bad days when she grieved the mother-daughter relationship she'd lost. I struggled with anger toward Bailey and guilt about the 18 months I'd lost with Emma. But therapy helped us work through these challenges together. The story reached its perfect conclusion on Emma's college graduation day. I sat in the front row of the auditorium, beaming with pride as my daughter walked across the stage to receive her bachelor's degree in psychology. Bailey didn't attend the graduation, but neither Emma nor I noticed her absence. At the graduation party that evening, Emma gave a speech that brought tears to my eyes. "2 years ago, I thought I'd lost my father forever," she said, looking directly at me. "I was wrong about a lot of things back then, but the biggest mistake I made was believing that love could be destroyed by lies. Real love, the kind my dad has always shown me, survives everything. It waits patiently, it forgives completely, and it never gives up hope." She paused, wiping away tears before continuing. "I learned that sometimes losing everything teaches you what actually matters, and what mattered wasn't the family I lost, but the family I chose to rebuild." As I watched Emma surrounded by friends and chosen family, I realized that Bailey's manipulation had ultimately failed. She had tried to destroy our relationship to serve her own selfish purposes, but instead she had simply revealed the strength of the bond between Emma and me. The revenge I'd dreamed of during those dark 18 months seemed petty and irrelevant now. The best revenge was the life Emma and I had built together, the happiness we'd found despite Bailey's attempts to destroy us. Bailey had chosen her path, and we had chosen ours. She could keep her luxury vacations and her manipulative games. Emma and I had something infinitely more valuable, a relationship built on truth, forgiveness, and unconditional love. So that's my story. What do you think? Have you ever experienced parental alienation or family manipulation? How do you think you would have handled Bailey's psychological warfare? I'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments below. If this story resonated with you, please give it a like and consider subscribing for more real-life stories about overcoming family trauma and rebuilding relationships. Story 4: Turn the car around. Now, the words came out of my mouth with such force that my husband nearly swerved off the highway. We were somewhere in upstate New York, maybe an hour from the Canadian border, when every instinct in my body started screaming that something was terribly wrong. "Ruth, what's happening?" my husband asked, already pulling over to the shoulder as cars whooshed past us. My hands were shaking as I stared at the innocent-looking overnight bag sitting in our back seat. Just minutes before my son Brandon had called me. His voice strangely sweet, asking about that exact bag, the way he said "I love you" before hanging up. In 42 years that boy had maybe said those words to me a handful of times, and never, ever during a casual phone call. "Something's not right," I whispered, my heart pounding. "We need to turn around right now." My husband looked at me with the same trust he'd shown for our 50 years of marriage. He didn't ask questions. He didn't argue. He just waited for a break in traffic and made a U-turn that probably saved both our lives. You see, what I discovered in that bag changed everything I thought I knew about my own son and the family I'd been supporting for years. What they had planned for me. What they were willing to sacrifice to solve their money problems. It was so devastating, so unthinkable, that even now, months later, I can barely believe my own child would put me in such danger. But I'm getting ahead of myself to understand how we ended up on that highway. With me shouting at my husband to turn around before we crossed an international border, I need to tell you about the 5 years leading up to that moment. 5 years of generosity, sacrifice, and love that my son's family had taken completely for granted. Because you see, I'd been helping them financially ever since Brandon lost his job. Month after month, year after year, I'd been their safety net, their solution to every crisis. And they repaid that kindness by planning something so shocking, so criminal, that it could have destroyed my entire life. Let me start from the beginning, and you'll understand exactly why those 3 words "turn the car around" were the most important I've ever spoken. Before we dive deeper into Ruth's story, please leave a comment telling us where you're watching from and subscribe to Never Too Old channel. We're creating a community of incredible women who know that our best chapters can happen at any age. Now, back to the story. My name is Ruth Henderson. I'm 68 years old, and I live with my husband of 50 years in our cozy 3-bedroom home in Albany, New York. We raised 3 children in this house, and after decades of working as a school secretary, I retired with a modest pension and some savings that we'd carefully built up over the years. Life was good, peaceful even, until 5 years ago when everything changed for our son Brandon's family. Brandon had been working as a warehouse supervisor for nearly 15 years when the company suddenly downsized. Just like that. At 42 years old, he found himself out of work with a wife, Amber, and their 3-year-old son to support. The job market was brutal, and even when Brandon did find work, it was always temporary positions that paid far less than what he'd been making. As his mother, how could I just stand by and watch my son's family struggle? It started small, a couple hundred here and there to help with groceries when things got tight, gas money so Brandon could keep looking for work. Then their landlord raised the rent and they couldn't make the difference. What was I supposed to do? Let my grandson get evicted. Before I knew it, I was covering most of their major expenses every month. Their rent, car payments, insurance, utilities. I was even buying all the groceries and paying for my grandson's daycare, so Amber could work her part-time job at a nail salon. "Mom, I promise this is just temporary," Brandon would say whenever I handed him another check. "As soon as I get back on my feet, I'll pay you back every penny." Amber would nod along, though I noticed she never seemed quite as grateful as Brandon. Sometimes I'd catch her rolling her eyes when she thought I wasn't looking, or making little comments about how some people have it easier than others. But I pushed those feelings aside because family helps family, right? And oh, how I loved spending time with my grandson. I was babysitting him almost every weekend, taking him to the park, reading him stories, spoiling him the way grandmothers are supposed to do. Those moments made every sacrifice worth it. My husband would sometimes worry that we were giving too much. "Ruth, honey, we need to be careful about our own retirement," he'd say gently, but I couldn't bear the thought of my grandson going without. Besides, we were managing just fine on our pension and Social Security. The years blended together like that. Brandon would find a job, lose a job, find another one that didn't pay enough. I kept writing checks, kept covering their shortfalls, kept being the reliable safety net that held their whole lives together. By the time my grandson started school, I realized I'd been supporting them for almost 5 years straight. Not occasionally, not just in emergencies, but consistently, month after month. They'd never had to worry about making ends meet because Grandma Ruth was always there to fill in the gaps. I thought I was being a loving mother and grandmother. I thought I was helping them get through a rough patch until they could stand on their own feet again. What I didn't realize was that somewhere along the way, my generosity had stopped feeling like a gift to them and had started feeling like an obligation. They'd gotten so used to my support that they began to expect it, to plan their lives around it, to see my money as their money. And when I finally, for the first time in 5 years, said no to one of their requests, well, that's when I discovered just how much my own family truly valued me beyond my bank account. Last January, everything changed with one phone call. My grandson had been attending the local public elementary school, and by all accounts, he was doing well academically. But Amber got on the phone and painted a completely different picture. Ruth. He's being bullied constantly, she said, with dramatic concern. These kids are so cruel, making fun of his clothes, excluding him from everything. The teachers don't care, and the class sizes are huge. He comes home crying almost every day. My heart immediately went out to my grandson. What grandmother wouldn't be devastated hearing that her precious grandchild was suffering? There's this wonderful private academy across town. Brandon jumped back in. Small classes. Excellent anti-bullying policies. Really individual attention for each student. It would solve all his problems. That sounds perfect, I said, already imagining my grandson thriving in a better environment. What do you need me to do? Well, Amber's voice got a little softer. The tuition is pretty steep. It's about $15,000 for the remainder of this school term, and then it goes up to $18,000 annually after that. My stomach dropped. Those numbers were enormous compared to anything they'd ever asked for before. But then I thought about my grandson's tearful little face, and I almost said yes right there on the spot. Almost. Let me think about this, I heard myself saying. That's quite a bit more than our usual assistance. There was silence on the other end. I could practically feel their surprise through the phone. Mom, my son said slowly, this is about your grandson's happiness and future. Surely that's worth any amount of dollars. For 3 days I wrestled with the decision. My husband and I talked it through countless times. We looked at our budget, our retirement plans, our own financial security. The truth was, we could afford it, but it would mean significant changes to our lifestyle and future planning. But something else was bothering me too. In all the times I'd babysat my grandson recently, he'd seemed perfectly happy, chatty about his friends, excited about school projects, never mentioning bullying or problems. When I gently asked him about school, he just shrugged and said it was fine and went back to playing. Finally, I called them back. I've thought about this carefully, I told Brandon and Amber. I love our boy more than anything, but I think we should explore other options first. Maybe we could meet with his teachers, or look into the school's anti-bullying programs, or even consider a different public school before jumping to private education. The silence that followed was ice cold. So you're saying no? Amber said flatly. I'm saying let's try other solutions first, before committing to such a large expense, I replied, trying to keep my voice calm and reasonable. Unbelievable. I heard her mutter to Brandon, though she clearly meant for me to hear it. Some grandmother. The phone call ended shortly after that, with promises to look into other options that I could tell they had no intention of pursuing. Within a week, everything changed. Suddenly, my weekend babysitting sessions were canceled. We're busy this weekend became the standard response when I'd call to ask about seeing my grandson. Family dinners at their house, which had been a monthly tradition, stopped being mentioned. When I'd call just to chat with my grandson, the conversations became awkward and rushed. He's doing homework, or he's playing with friends, or it's not a good time, became Amber's usual responses. The worst part was running into them at the grocery store one afternoon. My grandson saw me and ran over with the biggest smile, throwing his little arms around my waist for a hug. But when Amber noticed, she quickly called him back with a sharp, "Come on, we need to go," and barely acknowledged my presence. My own grandson looked confused by his mother's cold behavior toward me. I could see it in his innocent little face. He didn't understand why Grandma Ruth suddenly wasn't welcome in their lives. For the first time in decades of providing assistance, I'd set one boundary, asked for one pause to consider alternatives, and this was their response. The message was crystal clear. My value to them was purely financial. The grandmother who had covered their expenses, watched their child, and been their safety net for half a decade, was being punished for daring to say, "Let's think about this," instead of immediately writing a check. 2 months went by like this. 2 months of being shut out, of missing my grandson terribly, of wondering if I'd made a terrible mistake. I started to question myself, started thinking maybe I should just pay the tuition and get my loved ones back. That's exactly when they called with their sudden change of heart and the invitation that would lead us to that highway in upstate New York. Looking back now, I realize those 2 months of cold treatment weren't punishment for saying no, they were preparation for something much worse. Then, just as suddenly as the freeze had begun, it ended. It was early April when my phone rang and I heard my son's voice sounding more cheerful than it had in months. "Hey, Mom. How are you and Dad doing?" he asked with an enthusiasm that immediately caught my attention. After 2 months of barely speaking to us, this dramatic shift felt almost jarring. "We're fine, dear," I said cautiously. "How's everyone there?" "Great. Actually, that's why I'm calling. Amber and I have been talking, and we realized we've been way too stressed about everything lately. We thought maybe it would be good for all of us to get away together, spend some quality time as a relatives." My heart leaped. Despite everything that had happened, I'd missed them terribly, especially my grandson. Amber's cousin has this beautiful cabin up in Quebec, right by a lake. She invited us all to come up for a long weekend. You, Dad, me, Amber, and our boy. What do you think? The idea of a trip together, of getting my loved ones back, was exactly what I'd been hoping for. Maybe they'd finally realized that our relationship was more important than disagreements about educational expenses. "That sounds wonderful," I told him. "When were you thinking?" "This coming weekend, actually. I know it's short notice, but Amber's cousin just had a cancellation, and the weather's supposed to be perfect. It would be such a great opportunity for our boy to see his grandparents, and for all of us to reconnect." We made plans for them to drive up with us. My husband and I had a comfortable SUV that could fit everyone, and they mentioned something about bringing fishing gear and games for our grandson. "Oh, and Mom," Brandon added as we were finishing up the call, "would you mind carrying one extra bag for us? Our car is packed pretty tight with all the kids' stuff and fishing equipment. It's just a small overnight bag." "Of course, sweetheart," I said. Without hesitation, what grandmother wouldn't help carry an extra bag? The night before we left, Amber dropped off the bag at our house. It was a standard black overnight bag, nothing unusual about it. She was actually quite pleasant, chatting about how excited our grandson was for the trip and thanking us for agreeing to help with transportation. "He's been talking about seeing Grandma and Grandpa all week," she said with a smile that seemed genuine. "This trip is going to be so good for all of us." I went to bed that night feeling hopeful for the first time in months. The next morning, we decided to take 2 cars since there was so much luggage, fishing equipment, and supplies for the weekend. My husband and I took our SUV with the overnight bag and some of the gear, while Brandon drove their car with Amber and my grandson following behind us. The drive started out perfectly. Our grandson kept waving at us from their car, and we'd pull alongside at red lights so he could show us his travel games and snacks. It felt like old times, like we were a close-knit unit again. We'd been driving for about 3 hours, making good time toward the Canadian border when my phone rang. It was Brandon calling from their car behind us. "Mom, hey, quick question," he said, and something in his tone immediately put me on edge. There was a nervous quality to his voice that I'd never heard before. "Yeah, honey, that bag Amber gave you, you've got it with you, right? It made it into the car?" "Yes, of course. It's right here next to me." "Good, good, and you haven't. I mean, you didn't need to move anything around in it or anything, right?" The question was odd. Why would I be going through their personal bag? "No, sweetheart, I haven't touched it." "Why?" "Oh, no reason, just making sure everything's secure for the border crossing. You know how careful they are these days." He paused and then said something that sent chills down my spine. I love you, Mom. You know that, right? I really, really love you. My son had never in his entire adult life called me just to tell me he loved me. Never, and certainly never with that intensity, that almost desperate tone. I hung up the phone, but my hands were trembling. Every maternal instinct I'd developed over nearly 7 decades was suddenly screaming at me that something was terribly wrong. Turn the car around. Now. That's when I shouted those words to my husband. The words that probably saved both our lives. We pulled over at the next exit, and while my husband kept everyone distracted, I quietly opened that innocent-looking overnight bag. What I found inside made my blood run cold. Carefully hidden beneath my grandson's folded pajamas and some of his favorite toys were small packages wrapped in plastic. Even at my age, I wasn't naive enough not to recognize what I was looking at. Drugs, a significant amount of them. My own son and his wife had planned to use me as an unwitting drug smuggler across an international border. They'd counted on my love for my grandson, my desire to reconnect with the relatives, and my complete trust in them to carry their illegal cargo without question. If we'd been caught at that border, and with the way they were checking cars that day, we very well might have been, I would have been the one facing criminal charges. At 68, I would have been looking at years in prison for drug trafficking. And Brandon's phone call, that wasn't checking on the bag, that was him getting emotional because he knew he was about to destroy his mother's life to solve his own problems. The worst part was realizing that this entire reunion trip had been planned from the moment I'd said no to that tuition. The cold treatment, the sudden reconciliation, the urgent timeline, the cousin's cabin, all of it had been a carefully orchestrated plan to manipulate my love for them into committing a federal crime. As I stared at those packages hidden among my grandson's innocent belongings, I realized that my own child was willing to sacrifice everything. My freedom, my reputation, my entire future, rather than learn to live within his means or find legal solutions to his financial troubles. That was the moment I understood that the Ruth who had spent half a decade enabling and supporting them was gone forever. Standing there on that highway shoulder, staring at those packages hidden beneath my grandson's innocent pajamas, I felt something shift inside me permanently. The Ruth, who had spent half a decade making excuses for her son's poor choices, was gone. The grandmother who had prioritized keeping peace over protecting herself had vanished in that moment of terrible clarity. My husband walked over quietly. "What did you find, honey?" I showed him the contents without saying a word. His face went white, then hard with an anger I'd rarely seen in our 50 decades of marriage. "We're going home," he said simply. "Right now." From their car behind us, I could see Brandon getting agitated, probably wondering why we'd stopped. My phone started ringing again, but I turned it off. I couldn't bear to hear his voice knowing what he'd planned to do to me. The drive back to Albany was silent between my husband and me, but my mind was racing. Every moment of the past 2 months suddenly made perfect sense. The cold treatment after I'd refused the tuition wasn't punishment. It was preparation. They'd needed to create distance so that when they suddenly invited me on this trip, I'd be so grateful for the reconciliation that I wouldn't ask questions. They'd manipulated my love for my grandson, my desperation to repair our relationship, and my complete trust in them to nearly destroy my life. When we pulled into their driveway, Brandon and Amber were already out of their car, looking confused and increasingly panicked. "Mom, what's going on?" My son called out as I walked toward their front door with the overnight bag. "Why did we turn around? We were almost there." I set the bag down on their doorstep and looked at my son, really looked at him. When had he become someone I didn't recognize? When had his struggles turned him into a person willing to sacrifice his mother's freedom for his own convenience? "I know what's in the bag," I said quietly. The color drained from both their faces. Amber grabbed my son's arm and I could see them exchanging panicked glances. "Mom, I can explain," Brandon started. "No." I cut him off, my voice steady despite my trembling hands. "There's nothing to explain. You planned to use me to commit a federal crime. You were willing to let me face prison time to solve your financial problems. It wasn't like that." Amber burst out. "We were desperate. We owe people significant amounts, and they were threatening us. We thought if we could just make one trip." "You thought you could sacrifice me instead of dealing with your own choices," I finished for her. My grandson was standing behind them, looking confused and scared by the adult's strange behavior. My heart broke for him, caught in the middle of his parents' terrible decisions. "I want you to listen to me very carefully," I continued, my voice growing stronger. "I will no longer be providing any financial assistance to your household. No rent help, no car payments, no groceries, no emergency funds, nothing. Mom, you can't be serious," Brandon said, desperation creeping into his voice. "We depend on that support. We can't survive without it." "Then you'll need to figure out how to survive, won't you?" I replied. "The same way millions of other adults manage their finances without putting their mothers at risk for federal drug charges." I turned to walk back to our car. But Brandon grabbed my arm. "Please, just think about this. We made a mistake. But if you cut us off now, we'll lose everything. The house, the cars, everything." I gently pulled my arm free and looked at him one last time. "You were willing to let me lose everything. My freedom, my reputation, my entire future. Now you'll have to face the consequences of your own choices." As we drove away, I could see them in my rearview mirror, standing in their driveway holding that bag, probably realizing for the first time that their financial safety net was gone forever. That night, I sat at my kitchen table and made a list of every automatic payment, every monthly check, every form of assistance I'd been providing. The total was staggering. I'd been essentially subsidizing their entire lifestyle for so long that I'd forgotten what our own budget looked like without those expenses. Within a week, I'd canceled every form of support. The bank accounts they had access to for emergencies, the credit card I'd given them for groceries, the automatic payments for their car insurance. All of it. Gone. I also did something else that night. I called a lawyer and described what had happened, asking what legal steps I should take to protect myself. He was horrified by their plan and helped me document everything in case they ever tried to claim I'd been involved willingly. For the first time in decades, I was putting my own safety and well-being ahead of my son's convenience. It should have felt selfish, but instead, it felt like the most responsible thing I'd ever done. Because the truth was, by enabling their poor choices for so long, I hadn't been helping them. I'd been preventing them from learning to solve their own problems, to live within their means, to make adult decisions about their lives. And now, finally, they would have to. 4 weeks after I cut them off, reality hit them hard. My phone started ringing constantly. First it was Brandon, then Amber, sometimes even using my grandson's phone to try to guilt me into answering. I let every call go to voicemail. The messages started out angry. "Mom, our credit cards are being declined everywhere. You can't just abandon us like this." Then they became desperate. "Please, we're about to lose the house. Just help us one more time and we'll figure something else out." But I'd heard those promises before for 5 long decades. This time I stayed strong. Then came the call from my daughter-in-law's sister, whom I barely knew. "Ruth, I think you should know that Amber and Brandon are planning to try that Canada trip again," she said quietly. "But this time they're planning to go themselves. They're desperate, and I'm worried they're going to do something stupid." My blood ran cold. Even after everything that had happened, they were still planning to traffic drugs rather than find legal solutions to their debt problems. "When?" I asked. "This weekend they asked me to watch their son, said they were going on a business trip for a couple of days." I immediately called my lawyer. He advised me to contact the authorities with this information. But I couldn't, even after what they'd tried to do to me. That Saturday morning, I was drinking coffee in my kitchen when my phone rang. It was a number I didn't recognize. "Is this Ruth Henderson?" a woman's voice asked. "Yes. This is Officer Martinez with U.S. Border Patrol. Your son Brandon Henderson and daughter-in-law Amber Henderson were arrested early this morning, attempting to cross into Canada with illegal substances. They listed you as their emergency contact." My hands started shaking, but not from shock. I'd known this call was coming. "Their son," I managed to say. "Where is their son?" "He's currently with a family member. But Child Protective Services needs to arrange proper placement since you're listed as next of kin." Within hours, I was filling out emergency custody paperwork. My grandson, confused and scared, came home with me that afternoon, carrying a small suitcase and his favorite stuffed animal. "Grandma Ruth," he asked, that first night as I tucked him into the guest bedroom that would become his room. When are mom and dad coming back? How do you explain to an 8-year-old that his parents chose to risk everything, including him, rather than learn to live responsibly? They made some bad choices, sweetheart. I told him gently, but you're safe here with Grandpa and me, and we're going to take very good care of you. Over the following months, the legal process unfolded exactly as I'd expected. Brandon and Amber were sentenced to 18 months in federal prison. The house they couldn't afford without my assistance went into foreclosure. Their cars were repossessed. But you know what? I felt no satisfaction in their downfall. Only sadness that it had come to this, and relief that my grandson was safe. The custody hearing was surprisingly straightforward. Brandon and Amber, facing significant prison time, agreed to sign temporary custody to me rather than risk their son going into the foster care system. My lawyer helped us establish a clear arrangement that protected everyone's interests. My grandson started at a new school near our house, the same excellent public school where I'd once worked as a secretary. The teachers there remembered me fondly and went out of their way to help him adjust. No expensive private academy needed, just caring adults and a stable environment. In the evenings, he'd do his homework at my kitchen table while I prepared dinner. My husband taught him to play chess and helped him with math. We read stories together every night, the same way I'd done with Brandon when he was small. Slowly, my grandson's confusion faded and was replaced with a sense of security he'd never really had before. No more parents fighting about finances, no more uncertainty about whether bills would be paid, no more adults making desperate choices that put everyone at risk. Grandma, he said to me one day about 6 months after he'd come to live with us. I like it here. It's quiet. That's when I realized what we'd all been missing: peace. Simple, ordinary peace that comes from living within your means, making responsible choices, and putting the well-being of children first. As for Brandon and Amber, they write occasional letters from prison. Brandon's letters are full of apologies and promises to do better when he gets out. Amber's are mostly complaints about prison conditions and reminders that I owe them for all the difficulties they're facing. I don't respond to either of them. My lawyer has advised me that when they're released, they'll likely seek to regain custody of their son. We're already preparing for that legal battle, documenting the stable home environment we've provided and the educational progress my grandson has made. But for now, our days are filled with school projects, weekend fishing trips with my husband, and quiet evenings reading together on the couch. My grandson is thriving in ways I never saw when he was caught in the chaos of his parents' financial irresponsibility. And me? I've learned that sometimes the most loving thing you can do is refuse to enable destructive behavior, even when May is. Especially when May is. It's coming from your own child. I'm 73 now, and I have no idea how many more decades I have left. But I know I'll spend whatever time I have raising my grandson to be the kind of man who solves problems honestly, treats people with respect, and never ever asks someone else to pay the price for his mistakes. That's my story. That's how a grandmother's protective instincts and willingness to set boundaries saved not just her own life, but gave her grandson the stable childhood his parents couldn't provide. Sometimes the most powerful thing you can say to people who take advantage of your generosity isn't, "I'll help you one more time." Sometimes it's, "I love you too much to keep enabling you." And sometimes, that's exactly what the next generation needs to hear. So that's my story. I'd love to hear what you think. Have you ever had to set difficult boundaries with family members who were taking advantage of your generosity? Let me know in the comments, and subscribe for more stories like mine. Story 5, Hawaii was bright that day, so bright it felt like the sun had leaned close to watch. The sea was a huge sheet of blue beside the hotel lawn, and the flower arch smelled like sugar and salt. Everyone said it was the perfect American wedding. A wide view, a white dress, a violin under the breeze. My sister Madison stood at the center of it all, her hair pinned with tiny pearls, taking the light as if it belonged to her. I walked up the path in a soft blue dress and looked for my place card. I checked the head table, the family table, and the far table near the hedge. I checked every row. My name was not there. I asked a server who sent me to the planner. The planner checked a tablet and frowned, then smiled a thin smile and said, "I'm sure it's a small mix-up." I knew that voice. It was the voice people use when the truth is not small at all. I found Madison near the bar and told her, straight and simple, that I could not find my seat. She looked me over slowly, from my shoes to my face, as if I were a stain she might rub out. Then she smirked and said, clear enough for the cousins to hear, low-level minds have no seat at this table. Laughter came like popped corn, quick, hot, and careless. My parents, Linda and Robert, did not stop it. My mother lifted her glass and shrugged. My father stared at the ocean, as if I were the wind and not his daughter. No one there knew the truth of how the day had been bought. I had wired $18,000 to the venue months ago, after a call where Madison sobbed about dates selling out. I had sent $4,500 for the band because she wanted live music, not a playlist. I had paid $3,200 to the planner, who is now telling me the mix-up would be fixed. When Madison found a dress that made her cry happy tears, I handed over my card and covered the remaining $2,400 without a word. When she asked for little things, favors, tips, the extra pastries, those little things stacked up to another $1,100. I paid because I wanted a calm season, and because I was used to being the one who solved problems with dollars. I told myself that money was soft power, a warm blanket that could keep a family from getting cold. The blanket caught fire that afternoon. Guests drifted to their places, the officiant cleared his throat, and I stood alone with a clutch bag and a face that felt too hot. I looked at the chairs and thought how easy it would have been to add just one. One chair, one card, one small grace. But the point was not the seat, the point was the show. My sister wanted me small and my family wanted to laugh. I swallowed and tasted salt that was not from the sea. I could have caused a scene. I could have listed every dollar out loud. I could have asked the planner to announce on her famous microphone who had paid the balance due. I did none of that. I turned and walked off the lawn. The violin kept playing as if nothing important had happened. In the elevator up to my room, the mirror showed a woman I almost knew. I am the one telling you this. And I am a woman who has loved America for its wide roads and second chances. But in that small box, I looked like a ghost in a nice dress. I closed the door behind me and set my clutch on the bedspread. I opened my banking app and looked at the scheduled transfers for the final wedding dues. $1.02, $800 for the late-night snacks, $900 for the overtime staff, $600 for the cleanup team. I canceled each one. My hands shook, but my mind was calm in a way I had not felt in years. I emailed the vendors and said, in plain words, that I would not be responsible for any remaining balances. I told them to bill the bride directly. It took 10 minutes to undo the tired story of my life. Then I sat on the carpet with my back against the bed and let the quiet fill the room. Through the sliding door, I could hear the ocean and the far, bright noise of the party below me. I thought of childhood rides across America in the backseat, my father saying we were a strong family brand, my mother passing out snacks, Madison bouncing and asking for more. I thought of how I had grown into the role of the smoother, the one who sends the pounds or dollars, the one who keeps the peace. I'm not ashamed to say I wanted peace more than praise, but peace that is bought with self-erasure is not peace. It is a soft, slow kind of harm. I took a breath and felt my ribs move like doors that had been stuck for years. Night fell fast, as it does in that part of America. I turned on one lamp and packed my suitcase, methodical and steady, dress in the garment bag, shoes wrapped in tissue, charger, makeup, book. I open a new tab and search flights back to the mainland. A one-way seat to Denver showed up at $389. I bought it. I printed the boarding pass at the small desk printer and the paper slid out warm and thin like a new plan. I texted the hotel front desk for a cab at dawn. I set my phone to silent. Messages stacked up anyway, my mother. Where did you go? My sister. You made things awkward as usual, and uncle, don't be dramatic, it's just seating. Not one of them asked if I was okay. I slept like someone who has set down a heavy bag at last. In the morning, I walked to the shore before the airport car came. The sky was pink and the water was a blue I wish I could keep in a jar. Joggers went past and a child laughed at a dog that did not care about grand parties or table charts. I told myself out loud the truth of the night. This ends now. Saying it made room inside my chest. I believe in new starts. America is full of them. At the curb, the driver asked if I had enjoyed my stay. I said it taught me what I needed. He nodded as if people said that kind of thing every day. At the airport, I found a chair, the funny kind of detail that sticks, and sat with a cup of coffee and a quiet heart. I thought of my blue dress and my empty place, and the way a single seat can show you a whole life. I thought of the house I would find back on the mainland with a door that locked and a table that would always have a chair for me. I thought of my name on the deed and my name on the mailbox. No more paying to be allowed inside. No more winning love with invoices. When the plane boarded, I chose the window. As the island fell away and the wide water opened, I pressed my palm to the glass and said what I had said the night before, a promise and a plan. In America, I can start again. I landed in Denver with 2 suitcases and the kind of quiet that feels like a clean page. The air was dry, the sky wide, and the streets had tall cottonwood trees that moved like slow dancers. I walked through a neighborhood of small homes and stopped at a blue one with a white door and a short porch. It looked like a place that could hold a steady life. The rent was $1,850 a month, which made my stomach jump, but the agent slid over the lease and said, "It's yours if you want it." I wanted it. I signed my name and felt a click inside like a lock turning the right way. The first night, I slept on the floor with a folded sweater as a pillow. In the morning, I opened the curtains to bright sun and looked at the empty rooms like they were simple math problems I could solve. I bought a second-hand couch for $140 and 2 lamps for $29 each, and I found a long wooden table for the kitchen that had 4 chairs and a gentle wobble. I liked that table. It said, "Eat, Right, Rest." I painted the smallest bedroom bright yellow, even though the paint clerk warned me it might be too much. I wanted too much joy to be normal in my home. I made a small budget on paper, food, rent, power, water, internet, and a line that read house care. I went to a big box store and bought plates for $72, a pot, a pan, a broom, and a cheap rug. When I carried the bags in from the car, a neighbor waved from across the street. She had a lazy dog and a kind voice. "I'm Grace," she said. "Welcome." I said thanks and felt a heat at the back of my eyes, the good kind that comes when a stranger says your name like it belongs on the street. I hung a simple map in the yellow room. America and Europe side by side, blue and green, and liked how it looked like open routes. My job lets me work from home 3 days a week, and on the other days, I take the light rail to an office in downtown Denver. I set up my laptop on the long table, and the hum of the dishwasher became my new white noise. Work felt better when I was not trying to please people who measured me by how much I paid them. I finished tasks early, took short walks around the block, and learned how the light moved across the blue walls as the day passed. At night, I wrote down small wins, fixed the leaky faucet, cooked soup, paid the electric bill on time, sat in the sun for 10 minutes. In my old life, I had written only checks. Now I wrote down proofs that I existed in my own right. A Connor called from New York to ask if I had calmed down about the wedding incident. He said it like weather, as if a storm had simply passed through and I should mop the floor and carry on. I told him I had canceled the payments and moved to a new place. He went quiet, then asked if I planned to fix it with my family. He used words like peace and brand, words that never felt like family to me. "I'm not paying again," I said. He told me I was being small, which was funny because I had never felt so large. When the call ended, I stared at my phone and knew something between us had shifted from bent to broken. The calls started to come from other numbers. Madison left a voice message in a sweet tone that did not match the words. "Hey, can you just cover the last bits? It's what a good sister does." My mother, Linda, wrote long texts that read like scolding letters. "You owe us dignity. You don't shame us in public. This is not how we do things in America." A man named Lucas, who drifted in and out of our family circle, sent short, hard notes. "Pay what you promised. We can make this ugly. Duty matters." They wanted money at first. Then they want me to come back to the old story where I was useful and quiet. I pressed block on each number and felt fear tug at my ribs, but I did not change my mind. I changed other things instead. I got a new phone plan and a new email. I put a camera at the front door for $129 and a heavy deadbolt for $220. I gave the landlord the plate number of my car and asked for my name to be kept off the buzzer. None of this felt dramatic. It felt like sweeping glass from a floor after a break. When I told Connor, he said I was overreacting and making enemies. I wanted to tell him that enemies are often born inside the word family when money is the language, but I kept it simple. I won't be used. He told me he had a meeting and hung up. The blue house taught me small joys. I learned the sound of the mail slot, the scratch of the broom on the porch boards, the way coffee smells better when it is made in a quiet kitchen you pay for yourself. On Sundays, I walked to the park, past a little library box, and took home paperbacks that had other people's notes in the margins. Denver felt like a place that would hold me steady. The cottonwoods swayed, the buses came on time, and the sky kept its promise of wide blue most days. I held the knowledge that I could stand alone and not fall apart. The country did not feel cruel in my new life. It felt like a big room with a door I had learned to lock. At night, I heard my own breath and nothing else. Some evenings, Grace would wave me over and we talked about paint colors and cheap fixes and good coffee. She never asked about my family. It was a gift. I told her I liked the quiet. She said, quiet is a kind of music. I believed her. I put $300 a month into a small savings account and wrote it at the top of my budget like a promise. When I was tempted to send a just this once payment to anyone from my past, I moved the money instead to that account and watched the number grow. It felt like strength you could count on, a shape that could not lie. The house settled around me as the weeks turned, and my days gained a simple shape. Work, food, walks, rest. I cooked pasta and read before bed. I took out the trash on the right night and learned the names of 2 more neighbors. I did not visit New York, and I did not invite New York to visit me. When Connor called, I kept the calls short and plain. He asked why I was so sure about the move. I told him I liked my own voice in these rooms. He said it would pass. I said I hoped it wouldn't. When I slept like a stone dropped in a clear lake. No dreams, no noise, just the true weight of myself resting where it belongs. One evening, after a full day of small tasks, I sat alone at the long table with a bowl of soup, and I understood that this was not a pause between storms. This was a life. My blue house with the white door, my yellow room, my 4 chairs, my map on the wall, my name on the lease, and my budget in my own hand. It was not a grand scene. It did not need a string quartet or a view of the ocean. It needed me to be present and to keep my word to myself. And I did. In America, people talk about fresh starts as if you have to travel far to find them. I learned you can climb one step, turn a key, and sit at your own table. That is far enough. Connor flew to Denver on a pale Saturday when the sky looked like it would never decide on blue. I saw him through the front window, standing on my small lawn in a city suit that did not belong to the block. He did not text first. He did not ask if it was a good time. He rang the bell twice, sharp and fast, like a warning. I opened the door and stepped onto the porch, keeping the screen between us. He looked past me into the house as if he still had a key. "You're ruining the family brand," he said, and the words were so polished they slid off the step. I told him I was saving myself, and I meant it. He smiled the way people smile when they think they can outlast you. He said he could calm things down on the New York side if I would send $5,000 to settle matters. His words, like we were closing a tab at a bar. He called it a gesture of good faith, even though faith had not paid a bill for me in years. I felt my hands go still on the doorknob. "No," I said. He blinked as if I had broken a rule that kept the world spinning. He told me we were done. I said we had been done for a long time. We were only now using true names. The quiet after he left felt strange, like a room after a loud TV is turned off. I made tea and walked the rooms of my blue house, touching the backs of chairs and the edge of the yellow doorframe. It wasn't triumph that I felt, and it wasn't fear or not only fear. It was steadiness. I had been waiting for someone to tell me what my life should be. I had been paying for the answer in little and large amounts, like a meter that never stopped. Now I had turned the meter off. The porch boards were warm from the sun. They held my weight just fine. The messages turned dark within days. Madison left a voicemail that started sweet and ended sharply. She said I owed her because I had started the wedding by sending the first dollar, as if money had a tail you were bound to hold until it pulled you under. My mother wrote paragraphs about duty and respect and the way things are done in America, and I wondered how many times a person could say the word duty before it lost all shape. A man named Lucas, half friend, half threat, texted that he knew people who could make me listen. The words were small on the screen and large in my chest. I did not answer. I opened a new note on my laptop and saved every message, every timestamp, every number. I took screenshots and backed them up to a small drive I kept in a drawer with rubber bands and tape. I printed a stack and put it in a folder labeled in black marker. Keep. It felt clinical and clean. When my hands shook, I pressed them flat on the long table until they told me I was here. The camera at my door, which I'd bought for $129, caught two cars driving by slowly in the night, but no one stopped. I watched the clips in the morning light and made coffee and blamed the shadows on the wind. When the folder was full enough to make a dull sound on the table, I made an appointment with a lawyer named Carla. Her office was in a brick building near the county courthouse, the kind of place with a bowl of mints and a view of the street. She wore a navy jacket and spoke in plain words. I told her everything from the empty chair in Honolulu to the screen door where Connor said, "We're done." I slid the printouts across her desk. She read in a quiet that felt like shelter. "You are safe," she said finally. "Document everything. Do not pay. If they come to your home, call the police. If they threaten you again, we can talk about a protective order." I asked if this was what people did, turning family into files. She said people did what they had to do to stay whole. She gave me a list of steps on white paper. Keep records, change passwords, set up two-factor, talk to the bank about alerts, and consider a P.O. box. I walked out with the list in my hand and a breath I did not know I was holding. I stopped at the post office and rented a box for 3 months, $1.84, a small price for a lock between me and the world. That afternoon, I drove to a hardware store and picked a new mailbox from the shelf, plain black metal for $65 and a stronger strike plate for the front door. I had already paid $220 for the heavy deadbolt, but the new plate made the click sound deeper, like a promise with weight. Work kept me steady. The rhythm of tasks and calls filled the hours, and the hum of the dishwasher at night felt like a small song. When I had to stay late at the office downtown, Grace watered my plants and sent a photo of the blue house at dusk. "You're lit like a lighthouse," she texted, and I saved the picture. I started keeping a simple ledger in a notebook. $1.60 for a stamp, $9.25 for flowers on a Friday, $31 for a new kettle when the old one gave up. It was not about the numbers. It was about seeing the shape of my days and knowing I was the one drawing it. A week after Connor's porch speech, a small padded envelope came to the P.O. box. Inside was a book and a card from Daniel, a friend from college who had stayed kind across long years. The card had 5 words: "Use this on yourself." A $50 bill slipped out like a green leaf. I stood by the counter under a poster of America's national parks and cried in a way that didn't hurt. On the way home, I bought fresh bread, good cheese, and a little jar of honey. I set the meal on my long table and ate slowly, tasting each bite as if I were learning a new language. The threats did not stop right away, but they changed shape when I stopped answering. Madison pivoted to apology, the light kind that floats on top of old harm. My mother sent a photo of a family dinner I was not at. Her note said, "We can fix this if you behave." Lucas went quiet after I told Carl about him. Connor sent one text, "You'll regret this," and I saved it then blocked him. I learned that silence is not empty. It is a space where you can place what matters and close the lid. Some nights I still woke and checked the door. I would put my palm on the deadbolt and feel the cool metal, the simple machine of it, honest and strong. I made a rule: no talking about them after 8 o'clock. No reading their messages at my kitchen table. No letting their names live rent-free in the rooms I paid for. I wrote in my notebook, not a battle, a boundary. I taped Carla's list inside the cover and checked off the steps, one by one. The house began to feel not just like a shelter, but like a decision I had made and kept. On a Sunday, Grace and I painted a small wooden shelf for the yellow room. We listened to old songs and let the paint dry in the sun. "What will you put on it?" she asked. "Things that are mine," I said, and we both laughed at how simple and large that sounded. I placed the book by Daniel there, the empty envelope, and a photo of the blue house printed at the pharmacy for 45 cents. I looked at the map on the wall, America and Europe side by side, and traced with my eye the lines I could travel someday on my own terms. The break, when it came, was not loud. It was a series of clicks, the end of a call, The turn of a lock, the shut of a mailbox, the close of a folder, each sound was small. Together they were a song I could live inside. I did not pay, I did not apologize for not paying. I worked, I cooked, I healed. I learned that in America there is a strength in choosing your own seat and in keeping it even when someone tells you the table is not for you. I sat at my long table, set one plate, lit a candle, and ate the meal I had bought with my own dollars. The house held me. The night was quiet. I was not afraid. Months went by and my blue house learned the sound of me. The cottonwoods outside turned their leaves like pages, and I kept my days simple. Work at the long table, a walk at noon, soup on the stove, lights out by 10. I marked each bill paid in my notebook and watched my small savings climb by steady inches. The camera above the porch light sent me polite clips of delivery drivers and birds. On a bright Saturday, I baked a pan of cornbread and opened the windows to the dry Denver air. Around 3 o'clock the camera chimed again. Not a bird, not a box. 3 cars eased to the curb in a row big as opinions. I knew them before they knocked. Madison stepped out first in a white dress, the kind of white that wants attention. My mother, Linda, followed with her purse held high as if a bag could shield a person. Lucas came too, slick hair, slick smile, the same man who had sent texts shaped like threats. Behind them stood 2 cousins I barely knew, eyes already sliding over my house like they were pricing it. I texted Grace one word, visitors, and she replied, "Want me to come by?" I wrote back, "I'm okay." Then slipped my phone into my pocket and stood at the door, hand on the heavy deadbolt I had bought for $220. They knocked in turns like a short drumline. I opened the door just enough to see them, but not enough to make a path. I kept the screen shut. The cottonwoods hissed in the wind behind them, leaves acting like crowd noise. Madison went first, her voice bright. "We're sorry for the scene," she said, as if the scene were a small stain we could dab away. My mother nodded and added, "Family should be together. We want to reset." Lucas leaned forward as if he were in on a joke. "Where have you been?" he said. "Who's been helping you?" He said he missed me. He said they wanted their girl back. The words were soft. The push inside them was not. I heard my lawyer's voice in my head. Document everything. Do not pay, do not explain. And I let the quiet stretch. In that pause, I remembered the empty chair in Honolulu, the thin laugh that ran through my family like a wire, and the dollars I had sent like rain. $18,000 to the venue for $1,500 to the band, $3,200 to the planner, $2,400 for the dress, $1,100 for all the little things. The math sat inside me like a stone tablet. They had wanted me there as a wallet. They had staged my absence as a joke. Now they wanted something else. The old version of me who would smooth, pay, and nod. "I don't want to reset," I said. My voice surprised me with how even it sounded. Madison blinked as if that word were off script. My mother tried a new tone, heavy and slow. "Be reasonable," she said. "This is America. We don't cut blood." I thought of all the times people hide harm behind big words. Lucas spread his hands. "Look," he said. "The vendors still have small balances. If you send, say, $3,700, we can call it square. We're here to solve this." The old me would have reached for my wallet to make the noise stop. The woman at this door did not move an inch. "No," I said. "I'm not paying and I'm not returning to the old order." I saw anger flash across Lucas's face before he smoothed it. Madison's eyes filled with quick tears that did not travel. My mother pressed her purse to her chest and tried the door with memory alone, as if she could make it open by habit. "We came all this way," she said, as if miles were a reason. I thought of the map in my yellow room, America and Europe side by side, and how every route meant a choice. I had already chosen mine. A short walk from the stove to the table, a seat with my name on it. "I don't forgive you," I said. The words were clean, not cruel. "Don't show your face in the future." I meant it for all of them, each in their own way. The wind lifted Madison's white dress at the hem. It fluttered like paper. For a moment no one spoke. Then Lucas exhaled a small laugh that had no joy in it. "You'll change your mind," he said. "You always do." I let the screen door stand between us like a fact. "Not anymore," I said, and I closed the solid door until only a ribbon of daylight was left, then shut that too. The latch clicked like a soft bell. The sound pleased me for its honesty. They didn't leave at once. Through the peephole, I watched them talk in tight circles, hands waving, faces spun with offense. I thought about calling the police just to set a record, but the wind picked up and the cottonwoods raised their voice, and after a few minutes the car started and pulled away. The camera caught their exit in 3 neat clips, which I saved. I texted Grace. All good. She sent a heart and a picture of her lazy dog asleep under a window. The house felt like it drew a longer breath once the street was quiet. I set the chain and the deadbolt, then pressed my palm to the door. It was cool from the shade, steady under my hand. In the kitchen, I brewed coffee and set one mug on the long table. I opened my notebook and wrote the date and a sentence. Family came. I kept the boundary. I moved $100 from checking to savings to mark the moment in numbers I could point to. I looked around at what was mine. The blue walls, the yellow room, the shelf Grace, and I painted the book from Daniel standing proud on it, the plain black mailbox I had picked out for $65, the new strike plate that made the lock sound deep. None of it was grand. All of it was paid for in dollars I earned with my own time. I felt rich in a way that lives close to the bone. I called Carla and left a brief message. They came to the house. I declined and they left. I have clips. I put my phone face down and ate a square of warm cornbread with honey. The sweetness spread slowly. I thought of forgiveness, not as a prize to hand out, but as a tool you use when it builds safety. Today, it would not build anything I wanted. Today, the right tool was the door and the sentence I had chosen. I cleaned the coffee mug, set it on the rack to dry, and watched a patch of sun slide across the kitchen floor until it found the wall and climbed. I won't pretend there was no grief. Grief has its own key to the house. It enters by the quiet rooms and sits with you without speaking. I let it be. I did not call anyone to fill the silence. I did not measure my worth by who might be standing on my porch asking to come in. I wrote another line in the notebook. Not a battle, a boundary. When the light turned gold, I pulled the map straight on the yellow wall and traced with my eyes places I might go someday because I want to. Maybe a small coastal town in America where the air smells like rain. Maybe a museum with a quiet room where I can sit and name what I see. Evenings softened the edges of the house. I set one plate, one fork, and one knife on the table and ladled out soup. The chair I took fit me because it was chosen for me by me. No head table, no smirk, no price to pay to belong. The camera stayed quiet, the cottonwoods cooled. When I finished eating, I blew out the candle and listened to the ordinary sounds of a house ready to sleep. The soft tick of the oven, the small sigh of the vents, the faint city hush beyond the glass. It wasn't a grand ending. It was better. It was mine. Story 6. As a CEO, my wife is incredibly wealthy, yet she's always worried I'm after her inheritance. She keeps a tight rein on our finances, allowing my daughter and me just $200 a month for spending money. However, when her first love came back to the country, she didn't hesitate to shower him with a luxury car and a mansion worth millions to welcome him. Later, when my daughter had a sudden heart attack, the only thing that could save her was a $10,000 surgery. Instead, I was accused of being ambitious and was thrown out of the company by security. I watched as my daughter passed away in the operating room while my wife boarded a plane for a joyful world tour with her first love. After I finished arranging my daughter's funeral, my wife returned from her trip as indifferent as ever. She said, "Hey, didn't you and our daughter always want to go to the amusement park? I'll take you next week." But she didn't know that the moment our daughter died on that operating table, I was ready to end our marriage. I was packing up my daughter's belongings when my wife, Adeline, who had just returned from her world tour, casually walked back into our home. "Declan, can you massage my shoulders? The trip really wore me out." Hearing this, I, who once cherished her dearly, remained silent and continued packing. Seeing that I ignored her, Adeline frowned, then suddenly laughed as if something amusing had crossed her mind. "Are you still jealous about Jasper and me traveling together?" Jasper was her childhood friend. Adeline had left our daughter, who was gravely ill, to travel the world with his friend, letting our daughter die on a cold operating table. Thinking about my daughter's eyes slowly losing their warmth felt like a dagger through my heart. Before I could speak, Jasper walked in, feigning innocence. "Oh, Declan, it's all my fault for dragging Adeline on the trip. But don't worry, it was just a trip, nothing more." He spoke lightly, yet they wore matching outfits and rings, looking like a genuine couple in public. Meanwhile, the wedding ring Adeline and I shared had long been discarded by her. Seeing that I still wouldn't speak, Adeline sighed, looking helpless. All right, don't be mad. I'll send an extra $500 this month for Anna to get something nice. Just remember I'm doing this for you. No need to thank me, but looking at the transaction on my phone, I felt nothing but mockery. She had spent millions on a world tour with Jasper, buying luxury brands where a single bag costs thousands. Yet now, giving me $500 felt as if she was doing me a huge favor. Jasper stood by, trying to suppress his laughter, sarcastically saying, "Declan, $500 is quite a bit. You should thank Adeline. Let me tell you, kids should be raised modestly so they won't be materialistic when they grow up." As absurd as it was, Adeline believed it. To prevent our daughter from being materialistic, she strictly controlled our expenses, giving only $200 monthly. I used to argue because I wanted a better life for our daughter, but now she's gone. Arguing means nothing. With this thought, I returned the money and said calmly, "No need, I don't want it." Adeline's smile froze. Then she helplessly said, "Declan, I already apologized. What more do you want?" Before I could speak, Jasper's mocking voice came from the side. "I think he just thinks $500 is too little, right? Declan, not to be harsh, but with your greedy attitude, how can you be a good example for Anna?" He lectured me condescendingly. Hearing this, Adeline also looked at me with disappointment. "Declan, we've been married a few years and you're already this greedy. In a few more years, are you planning to take over the shares and inheritance for my family?" Listening to Adeline's accusation, I couldn't help but laugh at myself. After all this time, this is how she sees me, but my silence to her seemed like guilt. The next moment, Adeline spoke with irritation. "Looks like Jasper was right. You're not a fit father. I'm doing this to teach our daughter resilience. If you keep this up and Anna turns out materialistic and greedy like you, can we still call this a family?" Looking at her seriousness, I found it ironic. Her so-called resilience was scolding me for asking for a little extra for groceries, accusing me of eyeing her inheritance. Even when our daughter scored high and wanted a small cake, she'd point at her, scolding, "So materialistic. At a young age, you'll grow up to be a gold digger. Your dad will spoil you rotten someday." Thinking of this, I was about to tell her about our daughter. "Adeline, our daughter is all ready," but before I could finish, Jasper suddenly cried out in pain at the door. The next moment, Adeline didn't even bother continuing to lecture me. She rushed to Jasper's side. "Jasper, what happened?" Jasper feigned nonchalance, waving it off. "Adeline, I'm fine. Maybe the long flight triggered my old back pain. I'm okay, don't let me delay your time with family." Hearing this, Adeline shook her head. "Your health comes first. I'll take you to the hospital now." Just before leaving, Adeline seemed to remember something, turned to me and sighed. "Seriously, Declan, let's both calm down first. When I get back, we can discuss taking our daughter out next week." But she didn't know our daughter was gone, and I had no intention of waiting for her anymore. After gathering my thoughts, I took my resignation letter and went straight to the company to resign. On the way, colleagues pointed and whispered, "Isn't that Declan? How can he still show his face here?" "Yeah, asking CEO Adeline for $10,000 last month and getting thrown out by security. With his salary, how many years would he need to earn $10,000? Ignore this clown, let's go." Hearing these, I laughed at myself. 4 years, Adeline never announced our relationship, even arranged for me to be just a regular employee to avoid suspicion. I'd worked hard, even drank myself sick to secure big deals for the company. All I wanted was to become better, to make her acknowledge me and our daughter. But my promotion applications were repeatedly rejected by her. I sought her out for an explanation. She smiled, clinging to my arm, and sweetly said, "Declan, this is all to train you so you can be a better husband and father. Besides, I earn enough for us. Do you think I can't support you and our daughter, or are you trying to climb into the company's upper ranks to seize power?" I was left speechless, thinking she had her reasons. But on the day Jasper returned, she sent dozens of luxury cars to the airport. The cannon salute was deafening. That night, Jasper parachuted into the company, appointed as vice president. I realized then, love or lack thereof, the difference was obvious. Given this, there was no need to continue this ridiculous marriage. I submitted my resignation and stepped out of the company. I expected to feel heavy-hearted, but I only felt relief. For years, like a bird with clipped wings, I'd been trapped in a cage, oppressed. Now I see freedom ahead. I visited my daughter's grave, placed her favorite toys by her small tombstone, stayed with her until nightfall, then dragged my tired body home. To my surprise, upon opening the door, Adeline was unexpectedly home, waiting. "Do you know what time it is? I thought you'd learn to stay out all night on the couch." Adeline frowned, arms crossed, displeased. Her expression signaled that she wanted comfort, but I found it odd that, while Jasper's minor injuries would usually keep her by his side, she wasn't with him at the hospital today. Not my concern, so I didn't ask. Calmly, I asked, "What's up?" My cold tone made Adeline's face stiffen. No matter what happened before, I had always greeted her with a smile, but since she returned from her trip, I had been different. No arguments, no fuss. Even my gaze had lost its warmth. This made her uneasy, and she quickly said, "Are you still mad about me going with Jasper? I told you it was just to relax. Didn't our daughter always say she wanted to go to the beach? Once I'm less busy, I'll take you and her, okay?" Adeline's expression shifted, caught off guard by my icy tone. In the past, no matter what happened, I always greeted her with a smile. But ever since she returned from her trip, I had changed. I no longer argued or made a fuss, and even my gaze toward her had grown cold. This unsettled her, prompting her to speak hurriedly. "Are you still upset about me going out with Jasper? I told you it was just a break to clear my mind. Our daughter has always wanted to go to the beach, right? Once things settle down, I'll take you both. How about that?" Her attempt at reconciliation felt more like a condescending gesture. My daughter and I were like pets, amusing when she was in a good mood and pushed aside when she wasn't. Suddenly, Adeline seemed to remember something and looked at me curiously. "Wait, where's our daughter? I haven't seen her since I got back. Did you send her to your mom's?" I stared at her in disbelief. She had been back for 2 days and was only now asking about our daughter. It was clear she didn't truly care about our daughter or this family. Before I could respond, Jasper emerged from the bathroom wearing my bathrobe. Seeing me, he was unfazed, acting as if he owned the place, and warmly invited me in. "Declan, come on in. Make yourself comfortable." I was momentarily speechless, looking questioningly at Adeline on the sofa. "Why is he here?" Sensing my expression, Adeline awkwardly explained, "Jasper hasn't been well, so I brought him here to look after him. Don't overthink it." I suddenly understood. No wonder Adeline was home tonight. It was all for Jasper. She seemed relieved, adding, "It's a good thing you sent our daughter to your mom's beforehand. Otherwise, it would have been inconvenient with so many people here." I found it ironic. She hadn't even noticed our daughter's absence, her mind solely occupied with Jasper. Jasper feigned remorse, saying, "It's all my fault for disrupting your married life, Declan. I'm just here temporarily. You aren't upset, right?" But his eyes were filled with smugness and a challenge. Adeline, anxious to avoid conflict, quickly interjected, "Declan, don't worry. Jasper and I agreed he'd sleep on the sofa. He won't disturb us." But the next moment I saw pity in her eyes for him. How could she bear to let Jasper sleep on a cold sofa? If I hadn't come back suddenly, she would have cradled him in her arms. Thinking of this, I said, "Since his back is bad, he shouldn't sleep on the sofa. He should sleep in the master bedroom." Jasper's face lit up with delight at my words. "Really? Declan, you're so generous." Adeline also breathed a sigh of relief. "Declan, I'm glad you see it this way. I was worried you'd be jealous of Jasper and make a scene." She thought I had matured and wouldn't argue over such trivial matters. I was leaving anyway, so why should it matter to me where he stays? As Adeline joyfully led Jasper into the master bedroom, I quietly packed my bags, ready to stay at a hotel. But as I reached the door, Adeline emerged from the bedroom and stopped me. "Declan, it's late." "Where are you going?" I smiled faintly, to give you and Jasper some space, of course. Upon hearing this, Adeline's expression turned grim and she gritted her teeth. "What do you mean by that, Declan?" I already explained. "It's because of Jasper's back pain that I brought him here temporarily. You're the one who agreed to let him stay in." She assumed I loved her too much to really leave. But from the moment our daughter died, my love for her vanished. I would never forgive her. I chuckled coldly, grabbed my suitcase and left. Adeline stared at my back in disbelief, unable to comprehend. It wasn't until I got in the elevator that I heard her shout, "Go on. If you leave, don't come back." But she didn't realize I truly wouldn't return. She had lost me forever. At the hotel, I slept peacefully. The next morning, I woke up to dozens of missed calls, all from Adeline. The last call was half an hour ago. I was surprised she hadn't slept all night. The master bedroom. "What are you doing now?" Don't you have any sympathy? Her words were endless, but I found them amusing. I used to argue with her about Jasper, and she'd call me immature and unreasonable. Now that I was mature and didn't argue, she was unhappy again. Jasper pretended to sob. I knew Declan was still mad at me. It's all my fault. I should just suffer on the street. His poor acting fooled Adeline, who then shielded Jasper. Jasper, you're staying here today. I'd like to see who dares to kick you out. Crossing her arms, she coldly said to me, You've grown bold. Go ahead, leave if you dare. She assumed I loved her too much to really leave. But from the moment our daughter died, my love for her vanished. I would never forgive her. I chuckled coldly, grabbed my suitcase, and left. Adeline stared at my back in disbelief, unable to comprehend. It wasn't until I got in the elevator that I heard her shout, Go on. If you leave, don't come back. But she didn't realize I truly wouldn't return. She had lost me forever. At the hotel, I slept peacefully. The next morning, I woke up to dozens of missed calls, all from Adeline. The last call was half an hour ago. I was surprised she hadn't slept all night. She used to tell me to be more tolerant and not argue with Jasper. When did she become so petty? When I opened the door, Adeline sat tiredly in a chair. Seeing me, her eyes immediately welled up. Just because I let Jasper stay with us, you're leaving and quitting your job. I didn't answer directly but asked, frowning, How did you know I was here? Adeline's voice was hoarse. I checked your bank transactions. I suddenly remembered that not long after we married, Adeline took control of our finances, monitoring my and our daughter's expenses closely. Even the bank cards were under her name. Looks like I won't be needing that card anymore. But I was puzzled. Shouldn't she be at home taking care of Jasper? Why was she here? Adeline, unusually gentle, took my hand. I know you're still mad about last night. So this morning, after Jasper felt a bit better, I sent him away. Don't worry, he slept on the sofa. I looked at her in disbelief. She never used to explain these things. Whenever I argued with her about them, she'd call me petty and narrow-minded. But now, without me asking, she kept talking in my ear. I felt annoyed and pushed her away, expressionless. Are you done? I need to go to an interview. Recently, I'd sent out many resumes and received offers from several big companies. But just as I was about to leave, Adeline Tearful grabbed me, her voice trembling. Declan, must you be so heartless? Jasper and I grew up together. I just want him to be well. Is that wrong? Besides, haven't I been good to you and our daughter? Haven't I paid for everything you and our daughter needed all these years? Do you think this is fair to me? Her confident words felt ironic. She only gave us $200 a month, barely enough for basic needs, let alone school or commuting. To feed our daughter, I worked 3 part-time jobs after work. Yet I couldn't gather the $10,000 for surgery and watched as our daughter died on the operating table. Tearfully, Adeline softly said, Declan, stop this, come home with our daughter. Let's live happily as a family, okay? Her pitiful look only amused me. Why should I act like her obedient dog, doing whatever she says? Seeing my stern face, she reluctantly offered. Then I'll raise your and our daughter's allowance to $500 a month. Didn't our daughter want to go to the beach? Let's go today, okay? Look, I even bought her the swimsuit she always wanted. She finished, looking at me expectantly. She thought her offer was tempting enough that I couldn't refuse. I sneered coldly, You want to take our daughter to the beach? Then come with me. Adeline had no idea what was coming. She thought I'd forgiven her. As she followed me to the car, she joked, We've been together so long and you still have surprises for me. All right, I'll humor you and check it out. But when I drove to our daughter's grave, Adeline looked confused. Declan, weren't we going to your mom's to see our daughter? Why did you bring me here? I gave a bitter chuckle. You want to take our daughter to the beach, right? Then follow me. Adeline had no idea what was coming. She thought I'd forgiven her. Even as she got into the car with me, she joked with a playful smile. We've been together for so long and you're still planning surprises for me. All right, I'll humor you and come along. But when I drove to our daughter's grave, Adeline looked puzzled. Declan, weren't you taking me to your mom's to see our daughter? Why did you bring me here? The moment Adeline saw our daughter's photo on the tombstone, the swimsuit she had bought slipped from her hands. Become Swipple, read all SVIP stories. What is this? Adeline stumbled back, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief, her voice trembling. I said coldly, As you can see, our daughter is gone buried here. She died on the operating table because you wouldn't give the money for her surgery. Are you satisfied now? My tone was brutally direct. But when Adeline realized what was happening, she glared at me in anger. Impossible. You must be lying to me. She was fine when I left. How could she suddenly die? Declan, this is childish. I just went out with Jasper for a few days and you're so jealous that you made up the story to get back at me. Her eyes were cold as she threatened. Where is our daughter? Hand her over. I'm worried you'll corrupt her. Seeing her refusal to face reality, I calmly took out our daughter's medical records and death certificate from my bag. If you still don't believe me, you can call to confire him. Adeline gritted her teeth and defiant he said, fine, I'll confirm it right now. She dialed the hospital's number, but as she listened, her face grew paler. It was quiet around us, but I could still hear her conversation with the doctor. The doctor's voice was filled with pity and regret. That little girl was so unfortunate. If only the surgery could have been done with $10,000, she could have survived, but alas. Whatever the doctor said next, Adeline couldn't hear, because at that moment something inside her broke. She looked up at me, her voice trembling, so when you asked me for $10,000 that day, it really was for her surgery and not a lie. I pressed my lips to get a pain. It was silent around us. The Adeline's mind was filled with turmoil. Is this really our daughter's grave? Declan, why are you just standing there? Say something. Adeline's eyes were red as she shouted at me. For a moment I felt a lump in my throat. I shook my head sadly. All these years I never wanted to threaten your position or take your inheritance. My biggest wish with our daughter was for you to love us a little more. So even when you only gave us $200 a month for living expenses, I never complained. Because our daughter loved you and I wanted to give her a complete family. But I never thought that this small wish would become an unattainable dream. Because of your narrow-mindedness, our daughter died. You are the one who killed her. By the end, I was sobbing uncontrollably. For the first time, a trace of panic appeared on Adeline's usually composed face. She rushed over and grabbed my hand. No, it's not like that. Declan, let me explain. I just didn't want our daughter to become materialistic. I didn't intend to hurt her. I didn't know. Get away. I coldly shook off her hand, feeling a raging fire inside consuming my sanity. Even at this moment, her first thought was to argue not to repent at our daughter's grave. I felt our daughter's death was in vain. Adeline, let's get a divorce. I never thought those words would come out of my mouth, but now my tone was extremely calm. Adeline was stunned, unable to believe her ears. I looked at her and spoke coldly. While you were out on your world tour, I thought a lot. Maybe we really aren't from the same world, and that's why so much misfortune happened. And now it's time to end all of this. My ideal was just to live a stable, simple life with my wife and daughter. But Adeline loved power and excitement. We were two parallel lines that crossed due to some mistake, leading to this tragedy. Now I just want to quickly end this mistake. I thought Adeline didn't care much for me or our daughter, so she would accept all of this calmly. But to my surprise, Adeline panicked and hugged me tightly, pleading desperately. Declan, I know our daughter's death hit you hard, but don't act rashly. Let's talk this through. But just as she finished speaking, she got a call from Jasper. Something happened to me, Adeline, can you come quickly? On the phone, Jasper's voice had a hint of tears. Seeing this, I just chuckled coldly. If you're busy, you can go. I'll stay here with our daughter. I thought Adeline would leave me without hesitation to care for Jasper, because this had happened many times before and I was used to it. But this time, Adeline hesitated, then hung up on Jasper and pleaded with me. Declan, I don't want to be with Jasper, I just want to be with you. I'm really sorry about our daughter's death, but it wasn't intentional. I'll raise your living expenses to $10,000 a month, just don't divorce me, okay? I was stunned, looking at Adeline. In my memory, this was the first time she chose me over Jasper, but it didn't matter anymore. My heart had been shattered by her too many times, and no matter how hard she tried to piece it back, it could never be the same. I took out the divorce papers I had prepared and handed them over, no need. I won't take your money or anything. I just hope after the divorce you won't disturb me and our daughter's life. Adeline's eyes were red as she tore up the divorce papers. Who said I agreed to divorce you? I will never sign. Seeing her crazed state, I shook my head and left, because I had already talked with the company and was preparing to work abroad as the project manager for overseas projects. In a few days, I would leave the city with my daughter for good. Even if Adeline didn't sign the divorce papers, we were over. Adeline returned home in a daze, but as soon as she opened the door, she was stunned. because she found that both Declan's and our daughter Anna's things were completely gone. She searched for a long time but couldn't find a trace of them in the house. That's when she realized Declan was serious. He didn't want her anymore. Loneliness and helplessness overwhelmed Adeline like a tidal wave. She sat powerlessly on the carpet, her eyes vacant as she stared at the floor like a soulless shell. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Adeline's eyes brightened and she jumped up to open it with joy. Declan, I knew. Her words stopped halfway because it wasn't Declan at the door but Jasper. "Oh, it's you. Why are you here?" she said, turning away coldly and sitting back on the sofa, staring blankly at the floor again. Jasper was slightly taken aback by Adeline's coldness, feeling a bit uncomfortable. However, he still spoke as usual with a hint of grievance. "Why did you hang up on me?" Adeline, who used to treat Jasper like a treasure, had no intention of comforting him now. Instead, she felt irritated by his questioning. "I had something to do. What's wrong?" she replied casually. Jasper immediately stretched out a finger pitifully, tears in his eyes. "I tried to make you something to eat earlier, but I was clumsy and cut my finger." If it had been before, Adeline would have held his finger tenderly, even gently sucking on it, afraid he might feel any pain. But now, her brow furrowed slightly. Jasper's finger only had a small cut, barely noticeable, and would have healed soon if left alone. Did he really need to call her for such a trivial matter? She couldn't help but think of me, because I had always been strong and independent, never complaining about such small injuries. Thinking of this, Adeline absent-mindedly said, "The first aid kit is in the cabinet. Take care of it yourself." "I'm a bit tired and want to rest." Adeline furrowed her brow subtly. Jasper had nothing more than a small cut on his finger, something that would have healed on its own if unnoticed a bit longer. Did he really need to call her over something so trivial? It reminded her of Declan, who was always strong and independent, never complaining about minor injuries like this. Thinking of him, Adeline distractedly said, "The first aid kit is in the cabinet. Take care of it yourself. I'm feeling a bit tired and would like to rest." Jasper was taken aback. It was the first time he felt neglected by Adeline. Unwilling to let it slide, he held Adeline's hand, attempting a smile he thought was charming, and murmured, "Adeline, I actually called because I miss you." In the past, Jasper's antics had been novel and exciting to her. But now the smell of smoke clinging to him was nauseating, and his deliberately open shirt button seemed greasy. A wave of disgust surged through her. She suddenly stood, shook off Jasper's hand, and snapped, "What are you doing? I'm married now." Jasper stared at her in shock. "So what if you're married? You don't even love Declan. Is there a need for such a strong reaction?" Adeline's face turned pale. "Who says I don't love Declan?" Jasper smirked. "If you really loved him, would you only give Declan $200 for living expenses each month? Do you even know the cost of living here? $200 isn't enough for food. And when your daughter was hospitalized for her heart condition, you didn't provide surgery costs and instead went on a world tour with me. And now you're pretending to be a good wife and mother. Are you out of your mind?" Jasper's words stunned Adeline, leaving her in disbelief. "So, you knew all along that my daughter was seriously ill?" Jasper's silence was an admission. Tears immediately streamed down Adeline's face. "If you knew, why didn't you tell me? If you had told me my daughter wouldn't have died, my daughter, my Anna." Adeline was inconsolable. Jasper looked at her puzzled. "Really? I thought you and Declan just had a kid for fun. Did you actually think of yourself as a mother? Besides, your daughter's death is your own doing. What does it have to do with me?" Adeline's face turned ghostly white. "What did you say? Didn't you say that a daughter should be raised frugally or she become materialistic when grown? You also said Declan was just a poor guy from the countryside, and he might be after my money, so I should be careful. That's why I strictly controlled his expenses. I did all this because I believed you." Jasper laughed mockingly, lighting a cigarette. After a few puffs, he said nonchalantly, "Are you an idiot? Don't you have your own judgment? You believe whatever I say. Also, I did say a child should be raised frugally, but I didn't expect you take it so far, giving just $200 a month for living expenses. Declan worked 3 part-time jobs after his regular job. Even your daughter went around collecting discarded bottles to sell for money to help out." Jasper's expression turned mocking. "Do you know what other kids called your daughter behind her back? They called her a worthless rag, used and thrown away." Adeline was stunned, unable to believe any of it. Because I never mentioned any of this to her, she painfully murmured, "Why didn't you say anything? If life was so hard for you and our daughter, why didn't you tell me?" But she didn't know I had mentioned it countless times. Each time she thought I was greedy trying to get more, and she rejected my requests outright. Jasper saw Adeline's reaction and looked at her strangely. "Adeline, what's wrong? Didn't you always look down on Declan too? He's just a country bumpkin. Now that he's gone, you should be happy. Moreover, that daughter of yours was just a worthless brat. It's better she's gone, less of a burden." Saying this, Jasper leaned closer with a malicious smile. "Adeline, let's not waste time. Let's spend the night together." At that moment, Jasper's image in Adeline's heart completely shattered. The first love she had cherished for so many years turned out to be so vile and repulsive, and I, on the other hand, always centered my life around her, loving and respecting her. Seeing Jasper reaching out towards her in a panic, Adeline picked up the scissors from the table and screamed, "Get out! Get away from me!" Jasper was startled by Adeline's hysterical appearance, retreating a few steps with a pale face. "Adeline, have you gone mad? I'm not crazy." Adeline screamed at the top of her lungs, "It's all your fault. You kept telling me to raise my daughter frugally, hinting that I should distance myself from Declan, and you even suggested I shouldn't pay my daughter's medical expenses. That's why she died on the operating table. She was so young. My daughter's death is all your fault. Give me back my daughter." Adeline's emotions grew more intense, finally lunging at Jasper in a frenzy. Jasper couldn't dodge in time, and half of his face was instantly pierced by the scissors in Adeline's hand, blood gushing out. "Damn it, you're crazy. You lunatic." Jasper cursed as he was terrified by the frenzied Adeline, not caring about the hideous wound on his face. He scrambled away. And Adeline sat amidst the blood, tears of regret streaming down her face. She immediately dialed my number, but all she got in return was the busy tone of an unanswered call. She messaged me, "I'm sorry. I really know I was wrong. Can we talk?" But as she pressed send, the red exclamation point taunted her. At this moment, I was at my new company, discussing an overseas assignment with my new boss. The boss was also a strong woman, but unlike Adeline, she was mature and decisive, with eyes as gentle as water, exuding the charm unique to mature women. She was pleased to see me and patted my shoulder, saying, "Great. The company just expanded its market overseas, and we're in need of a technical talent like you. But according to the information I have, you've been working as a regular employee in a small company for the past few years. Isn't that a bit of a waste?" To her query, I simply smiled and replied truthfully, "I used to work under my wife, but I've come to my senses and am preparing for a divorce." She paused for a moment, then offered comforting words like a seasoned advisor, "Losing you is her loss. Work hard here, and I promise within half a year you'll achieve financial freedom." We had a pleasant conversation and were about to arrange dinner together. Unexpectedly, right at the company entrance, I saw Adeline. Adeline looked disheveled, her hair messy and her makeup long ruined from crying. Seeing me, she ignored the stares of others and rushed into my arms. "Declan, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so narrow-minded. I've come to my senses. I won't limit your spending anymore. I'll give you as much as you want. Please come home with me, I'm begging you, okay?" I thought I had made myself clear, but she continued to cling to me. I coldly pushed her away and repeated firmly, "I'm sorry, we're getting a divorce. I don't have feelings for you anymore. Please don't disturb my life again." Seeing my distress, my boss stepped in to help. "Ma'am, I don't know what happened between you and Declan, but since he said this much, perhaps it's best to leave each other with some dignity." Unexpectedly, Adeline shouted hysterically, "This is between my husband and me. Who are you to butt in?" Seeing her unstable state, I was worried she might accidentally harm my boss, so I stepped in front of her and said coldly, "Adeline, we're already separated. Watch your tone or I'll call the police." Adeline stared at me, dumbfounded. "You're yelling at me for a stranger. Is it because of this woman that you want to divorce me?" She deliberately shouted loudly, attracting a crowd of onlookers. Some people, unaware of the situation, started pointing fingers at me and my boss. Seeing this, she seemed to gain confidence and threaten me. "Declan, if you don't come back with me, I'll expose this and ruin your reputation, making it impossible for you to find a job." She thought this would make me obediently return with her, but I just laughed mockingly. Adeline, don't be naive. You claim to love me, but where were you when my daughter and I couldn't afford lunch? When she couldn't pay her school fees, when she was lying in the operating room in agony, where were you? The only person you ever cared about was herself. Seeing the situation, she seemed to muster some nerve and warned me, Declan, if you don't come back with me, I'll go public with this and destroy your reputation. You'll never find a job again. She assumed her words would make me comply and return with her, but I just gave a derisive smile. Adeline, don't be so naive. You say you love me, but where were you when our daughter and I couldn't afford lunch? When our daughter couldn't pay her tuition, and when she was in the operating room, suffering in pain, where were you then? You've only ever cared about yourself. Adeline seemed to lose all her strength and sank to the ground, still murmuring, no, Declan, I love you and our daughter. I shook my head, no, that's not love, it's just control and possessiveness. The only thing I can do for our daughter is to completely free her from your grasp. With that, my boss and I left without another glance at Adeline. While having dinner with my boss, the video of my confrontation with Adeline at the company entrance went viral as a trending topic. The comment section was filled with criticism against Adeline. Meanwhile, Jasper, now disfigured, publicly accused Adeline's company of illegal activities and tax evasion, demanding hefty compensation. Rumors spread quickly. Within minutes, Adeline's company's stock price plummeted significantly. My boss asked me how I felt after seeing the news. I was silent for a moment, then smiled. Right now, I just want to work hard, earn money, and start a new life abroad with my daughter. My boss gave a knowing smile and suddenly handed me a document. Want to take a look? Curious, I opened it and found it was a transfer agreement for an overseas luxury cemetery worth at least $1 million. I looked at my boss in surprise. He calmly said, "This is a reward for your dedication to your daughter. I hope you won't disappoint me." At that moment, words couldn't express my feelings. I could only work hard to repay my boss for his kindness. 2 days later, I went to the airport with my daughter's ashes. Unexpectedly, just before boarding, Adeline appeared at the airport and spotted me in the crowd. "Honey, let's go home together. I'll give you all my money." She pulled out a small card from her pocket, nervously handing it to me. But it wasn't a bank card, just a piece of colored paper. Her eyes kept darting around as if she was afraid of something. I was startled by her mental state and stepped back. The next moment, a group of psychiatric hospital staff arrived and restrained Adeline. "Sorry, sir, due to our oversight, the patient got out." I heard her daughter died, her husband left her, and her company went bankrupt. She owes a lot of money. She's quite pitiful. The doctor sighed while escorting Adeline out of the terminal. Watching them leave, I didn't feel sorry for Adeline at all. She brought this upon herself. Story 7. At our 20th anniversary dinner, I excused myself to use the restroom and overheard my wife tell her brother on the phone. "I've already transferred most of his inheritance to accounts he can't access. Once the house is sold next month, I'm filing for divorce and taking the kids to California." We had just renewed our vows that morning. I returned to the table, ordered champagne, and said nothing. But this morning, she was screaming outside my house. I'm typing this from my bedroom with the blinds closed while my soon-to-be ex is still throwing a tantrum on my front lawn. My hands are literally shaking, but I need to get this shit out before I explode. Bear with me. This is going to be a long one. So yesterday was our 20th anniversary, 20 fucking years with this woman. We even renewed our vows in a small ceremony at her parents' backyard that morning. Nothing fancy, just family and a few friends. Myra looked beautiful in a simple white dress, not her original wedding gown. She'd complained last month that it didn't fit anymore. Our kids, Eric, 16, and Serenity, 13, stood next to us looking bored AF, but at least they showed up. I actually got choked up repeating those vows, talking about our journey together through good times and bad. Little did I know, right? The day started normally enough. Woke up to Myra bringing me coffee in bed, which should have been my first clue something was off because she never does that. Then the ceremony, lunch with the in-laws, and then we had a few hours before our dinner reservation at Carmilo's. This overpriced Italian place downtown she's been wanting to try. During those free hours, I noticed Myra was glued to her phone more than usual. When I asked who she was texting, she quickly said, just finalizing some anniversary surprise details with this weird smile that didn't reach her eyes. I figured maybe she was planning something special for after dinner and let it go. For context, my mom passed away 3 months ago after a long battle with cancer. Dad died last year. I was an only child, so I inherited everything. Their house, savings, Dad's vinyl collection, Mom's jewelry, the whole deal. Not millionaire money, but definitely enough to make a difference in our lives. We've been talking about using some of it for the kids' college funds and maybe a long overdue kitchen renovation. Dinner started out fine. Myra was being super attentive, touching my arm, laughing at all my jokes. The waiter brought us complimentary Prosecco for our anniversary. I remember thinking how lucky I was, even though things had been rough since Mom died. Myra hadn't been the most supportive during Mom's final weeks, always finding excuses not to visit the hospice with, but I chalked it up to her being uncomfortable around illness. About halfway through the main course, I excused myself to use the restroom. The men's room was at the end of this narrow hallway past the kitchen. As I was walking back, I noticed Myra had stepped into the same hallway with her phone pressed to her ear. She didn't see me because she was facing the other way, talking in that intense whisper voice people use when they don't want to be overheard. I was about to call out to her when I heard her say my name, so I instinctively stepped back around the corner. I know, eavesdropping isn't cool, but something in her tone made the hair on my neck stand up. Russell has no idea, she was saying. I've already transferred most of his inheritance to accounts he can't access. Once the house is sold next month, I'm filing for divorce and taking the kids to California. I legit thought I was having a stroke or something, like my vision actually blurred for a second. Yes, Canon, I know it's been the plan all along, but now it's actually happening, she continued. He's been so wrapped up in his grief over his mom that he hasn't noticed anything. The real estate agent said we should have multiple offers by next week. Real estate agent, our house wasn't even on the market. The kids will adjust, she said after a pause. Eric might be difficult at first, but I've been talking up the California school, and you know how close the Serenity and I are. Plus, they barely see Russell anyway since he's always working or was taking care of his mom, taking care of my dying mother. Sorry for the inconvenience, Myra. Don't worry about the timing, she went on. The vow renewal this morning was actually perfect. It'll make him look even more clueless when this all comes out. Plus, no judge will believe he didn't know about the house sale when we just recommitted to each other. Let that sink in. My wife renewed our vows as a fucking legal strategy. I must have made a noise because she suddenly turned around. I ducked back into the bathroom hallway, heart pounding so hard I could feel my pulse in my eyeballs. I heard her heels clicking back toward our table. I waited maybe 2 minutes, splashed cold water on my face, and somehow managed to walk back like nothing had happened. She smiled at me, asked if I wanted to share the tiramisu. I don't know how I made it through the rest of that dinner. I ordered a bottle of champagne because I didn't know what else to do. My brain was literally buffering. I kept looking at her face. This face I've woken up next to for 20 years, and wondering who the fuck this person really was. She kept checking her phone under the table, probably texting her brother more details about how she was destroying my life while I paid for her overpriced pasta. On the drive home, she kept trying to hold my hand over the console. I let her because what the actual fuck else was I supposed to do? I needed time to think. My head was spinning with questions. How long had she been planning this? How much money had she already taken? Where was she finding a place in California? Had she been unhappy all this time? When we got home, she was all over me, trying to initiate anniversary sex. I faked a migraine, first time I've ever turned down sex in our marriage, and said I needed to take something and lie down. She looked annoyed, but said she understood. While she was in the bathroom getting ready for bed, I checked our joint accounts on my phone, cleaned out. Just enough left for bills and groceries. I opened our safe where I'd been keeping some of my mom's jewelry I couldn't bear to look at yet. Empty. My dad's watches that I was saving for Eric. Gone. I waited until she fell asleep, then went downstairs and opened my laptop. Turns out my loving wife had been busy. I found emails with a real estate agent about our house, listed last week as coming soon. Communications with a school district in San Diego, and an email thread with some dude named Marcus about a fresh start that made my stomach turn. I spent the night making calls, first to my buddy Steven, who let me crash at his place for a few hours while I sorted my head out, then to my sister Anna, who lives a few hours away. By 6 a.m. I had a locksmith at the house changing every lock. I'd already packed a bag with essential documents and irreplaceable items. When Myra woke up and realized I wasn't there, she started blowing up my phone. I didn't answer. I was at the bank when it opened at 9 a.m., explaining the situation. Then I called a lawyer, Joan, who said she could see me at 11. I went back to the house around 10, knowing Myra would be at her yoga class, grabbed more of my stuff in the kids' important document, left a note taped to her vanity mirror that just said, "I heard everything at the restaurant, lawyer up," and then I left. Went straight to Joan's office where I laid everything out. She was typing notes so fast I could barely keep up. She helped me file emergency motions to freeze the remaining assets and prevent the house sale. I was sitting in my car in Joan's parking lot when Myra's first hysterical voicemail came through. She'd gone home, found the locks changed, and my note. The voicemail was just her screaming about how I couldn't do this, how I was overreacting, how she could explain everything. I blocked her number and drove back to the house. I needed to be there when Eric and Serenity got home from school. They deserved to hear what was happening not from their mother's twisted vert. When I pulled into our driveway, there she was, pounding on our front door. Mascara streaking down her face, screeching like a banshee. She hadn't seen me yet. I sat in my car for a minute, watching this stranger who'd been planning to take everything. My kids, my house, my inheritance from my parents, who worked their whole lives to leave something for their grandchildren. As I'm typing this, she's still out there now sitting on the porch making tearful phone calls, probably to Cannon or maybe to fucking Marcus. The neighbors are definitely getting a show. My phone is blowing up with texts from friends asking what's going on. Eric called about 20 minutes ago, asking why Mom is sending him frantic texts about me having a breakdown. The manipulation has already started. Tonight, I'm picking up the kids from their after-school activities before she can. Then I'm laying it all out, the money, the California plan, all of it. Not looking forward to crushing their world, but I refuse to let her spin this narrative. This morning, she was screaming outside my house. By tonight, she'll realize I'm just getting started. Update. First off, holy shit you guys. The support on my last post blew up my notifications. I didn't expect so many people to care about my train wreck of a life. Some of you called BS, and honestly, I wish you were right. Thanks for the awards and DMs offering legal advice. Special shout out to the 3 divorce attorneys who sent me their contact info. I'm good with Joan for now, but appreciate it. Picking up where I left off, there I was. Sitting in my car watching Myra have a complete meltdown on our front lawn like she was auditioning for a reality show. The neighbor across the street, nosy Mrs. Peterson, who's been judging our parenting since Eric was in diapers, was casually watering plants that didn't need watering. Great. I finally got out of the car and Myra spotted me. The screaming stopped immediately. Her face did this weird transformation from rage crying to relief. She literally ran toward me with her arms out like we were in some airport reunion scene. I sidestepped her hug attempt, which made her stumble in her fancy sandals she always overpays for. That's when the gaslighting Olympics began. According to Myra, I completely misunderstood her conversation with Cannon. The money transfers were just reorganizing our finances for tax purposes. In May, and California was for a potential family vacation she wanted to surprise me with. The house wasn't being sold, just appraised to refinance. Y'all, she looked me dead in the eyes while spewing this BS. 20 years together, and I never realized what an incredible liar I married. I told her I'd seen the emails, all of them, including the ones with Marcus. Her face went from fake concern to ghost white so fast I thought she might faint. Then came the tears, not the angry ones from before, but the calculated ones she uses when she wants something. Started talking about how lonely she'd been while I was caring for my mom. How she made one mistake with Marcus, but it didn't mean anything. One mistake that apparently required months of detailed planning and stealing my dead parents' money. Got it. I told her she had 30 minutes to get whatever she needed from the house while I supervised. Then she needed to leave. She switched tactics again. Now I was scaring her and not acting like myself. I laughed in her face, told her she was right. The old Russell would have believed her lies and tried to fix a marriage she'd already demolished. When we got inside, she headed straight for the bedroom closet where we keep our documents safe. Too bad I'd already emptied it. The look on her face when she realized I'd beaten her to it, almost worth the price of admission to this nightmare. While she frantically threw clothes into a suitcase, I checked my phone and saw 10 missed calls from Cannon. Interesting timing. Apparently Big Bro was concerned about his sister's mental health and wanted to understand what was happening. Sure dude, I didn't call him back. Instead, I texted Eric to meet me at the Starbucks near his school after last period. Sent the same to Serenity. Myra saw me texting and demanded to know if I was contacting the kids. Told her I wasn't going to let her poison them against me before they heard the truth. That set off another round of crying and accusations. When her 30 minutes were up, she refused to leave. Started talking about her legal rights to the house. That's when I played my first call. Showed her the documents Joan had prepared detailing the financial fraud and unauthorized transfer of inherited assets, which are not considered marital property in our state. Mentioned that criminal charges were a possibility. She left, not quietly, but she left. Meeting the kids was rough. I'm not going to lie. I almost buckled seeing their confused faces. Eric had that guarded teenager look, while Serenity was on the verge of tears before I even said anything. I didn't dump everything on them at once. That would have been just explained that Mom and I were having serious problems, that some money issues had come up, and that they'd be staying with me at the house for now while we sorted things out. Eric saw through the sugar coating immediately. Asked straight up if we were getting divorced. Smart kid, I said probably yes. Serenity started crying, which tore my heart out. Eric put his arm around her. This kid who usually acts like his sister is radioactive actually comforted her, nearly lost it myself seeing. Then Myra started blowing up their phones. Eric read his messages out loud. According to Mother of the Year, I was having a stress breakdown after Grandma died. Had stolen money from our accounts and was making up stories about her. She told them to come to Aunt Anna's where she was staying, and not to be alone with me because I was unpredictable. The fucking nerve. Eric looked confused, but Serenity was getting scared. I did the only thing I could, showed them some of the evidence. The real estate listing their mother had created without telling anyone. The apartment inquiry emails from San Diego. The bank transfers, not the Marcus stuff. They didn't need that image of their mom. The drive home was silent. Neither kid knew what to say, and honestly neither did I when we got to the house. They both went straight to their rooms. Can't blame them. While they processed, I went into full detective, pulled up our cell phone account and downloaded Myra's call logs for the past 6 months. Found dozens of calls to a San Diego number that had to be Marcus. Checked our Amazon order history and found a Kindle book purchased by Myra. Titled Co-Parenting After a Contentious Divorce, purchased 3 months ago. The hits kept coming. I logged into our rarely used family iPad and found she hadn't signed out of her Gmail. Hundreds of emails I hadn't seen yet. The most damning was from her best friend Lauren with the subject line: Russell's mom's funeral, survival strategy. The email was all about how to get through the day and keep up appearances until the exit plan was ready. These people were strategizing about how Myra should act at my mother's funeral. Around 8 p.m. the doorbell rang. There stood Cannon with his typical smug face. Behind him, a police officer. According to them, I had illegally evicted Myra from her residence and was withholding her necessary medical items. Complete BS. She doesn't take any regular medication. Luckily, I'd anticipated something like this. Showed the officer the deed to the house. In my name old. We never added Myra after I inherited it from my parents, plus the documentation of financial fraud. Mentioned that my lawyer had already filed emergency orders that morning. The officer, to his credit, quickly realized he was being used for a domestic dispute and advised Cannon that this was a civil matter. As they were leaving, Cannon tried to push past me into the house. I blocked the doorway and he had the balls to threaten me. Said his sister knows things about you that would make your kids hate you forever. I laughed and told him to go back to helping his sister steal from widowers. The officer who was still on the walkway turned around at that. Cannon shut up real quick. The next morning today, I took the kids to school myself, then went to the bank again. Turns out Myra had opened 3 new accounts I didn't know about. Because we were still married and in a community property state, the bank manager reluctantly let me see the activity. Nearly $300,000 transferred over the past 2 months, almost all of what I'd inherited. The good news? She hadn't managed to wire it out of the bank yet, just moved it to her private accounts. I showed the manager the court filing from Joan, and they froze those accounts pending the emergency hearing scheduled for tomorrow. I was feeling pretty satisfied until I checked Facebook during lunch. Somehow, in the span of 24 hours, Myra had contacted virtually everyone we know with her version of events. According to mutual friends' concerned messages, I'd had some kind of breakdown after Mom died, became financially abusive, and was now holding the kids hostage and making crazy accusations. Several of our friends were already taking her side. The same friends who'd smiled and taken photos at our vow renewal 2 days ago. But here's where Myra miscalculated. She thought everyone would just believe her because she's always been the social one in our relationship. She didn't count on my sister Anna, who has receipts of everything. Anna had been suspicious of Myra's behavior during Mom's illness and had been quietly documenting things. She unleashed hell in the group chat, sharing screenshots of Myra's apartment hunting during my mother's final days and her complaints about having to pretend to care about his dying mom. By dinner time, the tide was turning. Even Lauren, Myra's ride or die, sent me a private message apologizing and saying she didn't know the whole story. Too little, too late, Lauren. Throughout all this chaos, I kept checking on the kids. Eric was angry but holding it together. Serenity was quieter than I've ever seen her. They'd both been texting with their mom, and I made it clear I wouldn't stop them from seeing her if they wanted to. Surprisingly, neither took me up on it. Eric actually said something that broke my heart and made me proud simultaneous. "Dad, I love Mom, but I don't like who she is right now." Just as things were calming down, my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. "This is Marcus. We need to talk about Myra." The look on Myra's face when I walked into that courtroom tomorrow morning with 3 folders of evidence was going to be worth every second of our 20-year marriage. But what happened next? That's when things got really interesting. Final update. Sorry for the wait, Reddit fam. These past few weeks have been intense. Finally have a minute to update while the kids are at my sister's place for the weekend. Sitting here drinking coffee from a mug. Serenity made me that says, "Dad, at least you're not Mom." Kids got a savage sense of humor I never knew about. So where were we? Oh right. Marcus texted me that you didn't see that plot twist coming. Neither did I. I stared at that message for like 20 minutes before responding. Part of me wanted to tell this home record to go pound sand, but my curiosity won out. We agreed to meet at this dingy Denny's off the highway, neutral territory where nobody we knew would see us. Real cloak and dagger vibes. Marcus was nothing like I'd imagined. Based on Myra's taste, I expected some smooth, talking Chad type. Instead, he was this ordinary-looking dude with a receding hairline and dad bod worse than mine. He looked nervous AF, fidgeting with his coffee cup like it might explode. The first words out of his mouth floored me. He apologized, said he'd had no idea Myra was still with me. According to her, we'd been separated for over a year, just living together for the kids' sake while finalizing our divorce. She told him I was emotionally abusive and had gambled away our savings, which was why she needed to protect what little money she had left. I nearly flipped the table, showed him pictures from our vow renewal ceremony 3 days earlier. The color drained from his face faster than our toilet with that perpetually running problem I never fixed. Turns out Marcus wasn't just some random side Pete. He was her high school boyfriend before me. They'd reconnected on Facebook 18 months ago when he commented on some throwback photo she posted. Classic. What he said next changed everything. Myra had convinced him to transfer her $50,000 of his own money to help with her escape plan, after she showed him fake bank statements suggesting I was hiding assets. He'd been saving that money for his kids' college fund. Let that sink in. She wasn't just stealing from me. She was scamming this poor schmuck too. I almost felt bad for the guy. Almost. He pulled out his phone and showed me everything. Her sob story texts, the fake documents, the apartment in San Diego they were supposedly going to share. He even recorded their last phone conversation after he saw my text to her about the financial fraud. In the recording, she slipped up and revealed she'd been planning this for over 2 years since before my dad even passed away. 2 years. By the end of our awkward breakfast meeting, Marcus agreed to testify if needed. We weren't exactly bros, but we'd both been played by a master manipulator, the enemy of my enemy and all that. I barely slept that night. The emergency hearing was scheduled for 9 a.m., and Joan wanted to meet beforehand to go over our strategy. The kids were quiet at breakfast, Serenity pushing her Cheerios around the bowl, Eric headphones on scrolling through TikTok with that dead inside teenage expression. Normal morning, except for the whole mom tried to steal our life savings thing hanging in the air. Dropped them at school with awkward hugs and promises to text updates. The hallways smelled like that weird combination of floor cleaner, an adolescent anxiety that takes me back to my own high school days every time. Some things never change, even when everything else falls apart. Court was nothing like those dramatic TV shows. The family court was this depressing beige room with uncomfortable chairs and fluorescent lighting that made everyone look like they had jaundice. I spotted Myra and Cannon immediately. Her in a conservative navy dress I'd never seen before, clearly purchased for responsible mom vibes. Him in a tie that probably cost more than my car payment. Their faces when Marcus walked in behind me and sat on our side. Absolutely priceless. Myra's eyes got so wide I thought her contacts might pop out. Cannon started furiously whispering to her while their lawyer, this slick dude with cufflinks that screamed I charge $500 an hour, looked increasingly confused. The judge was a no-nonsense older woman who seemed like she'd seen every dirty divorce trick in the book. When Joan presented the financial evidence, the bank transfers, the secret home listing, and finally Marcus's testimony about the fake separation store and additional fraud, the judge's expression went from neutral to ice cold. But the real bombshell: Anna had found Myra's secret TikTok account. Who knew 41-year-olds were on TikTok, where she'd been documenting her escape plan in vague terms for months? Nothing explicitly incriminating, but tons of videos with captions like "setting yourself free after 20 years," and "when he thinks you're planning an anniversary, but you're planning a new life." All time stamped before my mother died, proving this wasn't about her being neglected during mom's illness. The spectacle of a family court judge watching TikTok videos on the court computer while Myra squirmed might have been funny if it wasn't so pathetic. When Myra finally spoke, she tried the tearful victim routine again, claimed I'd been emotionally distant for years, debatable but who isn't sometimes, that she'd felt trapped, that the money was just her ensuring security because she was afraid of confronting me directly. She even tried suggesting Marcus was lying to get back at her for ending their brief affair. The judge wasn't buying it. Cut her off mid-sob and asked about the house listing. Myra claims she was just exploring options and never intended to actually sell. The judge pulled up the signed contract with a real estate agent authorizing the sale and asked if that was her signature. It was. When the dust settled, the judge granted my emergency petition to freeze all assets pending full divorce proceedings, gave me temporary full custody of the kids. Myra got supervised visitation until a proper custody hearing, and most importantly declared my inheritance as separate property that Myra had no right to transfer. She also mentioned potential criminal charges for the financial fraud, though that would be up to the DA to pursue. Watching Myra's carefully constructed plan collapse in real time was both satisfying and heartbreaking. 20 years together, and it ended with her sobbing in a beige courtroom while a board stenographer recorded every word. The aftermath was messy as real life tends to be. Cannon confronted Myra in the courthouse hallway. Turns out Big Brother didn't know the full extent of her scheming. He'd been helping her because she convinced him I was financially abusive. When he realized she'd been lying to him too, he completely lost it. Called her a disgrace to their family and walked out. Haven't seen him since. Telling the kids was hard. We sat at our kitchen table with the wobbly leg I've been meaning to fix for months, eating takeout pizza because cooking felt impossible. I stuck to the facts without demonizing their mother. They'd figure out their own feelings about her action. Eric asked practical questions about living arrangements in school. Serenity just wanted to know if Mom still loved them. Gutted me. The next few weeks were a blur of meetings with Joan, more court appearances, and trying to maintain some normalcy for the kids. Myra moved in with Lauren, who apparently chose friendship over loyalty despite her earlier apology text. She started her supervised visits with the kids at my sister's house. Anna generously offered her place as neutral territory. Those visits were awkward AF at first. Myra would bring elaborate gifts, clearly trying to buy back their affection. Eric returned most of them. Serenity kept them but seemed confused about how to feel. The court-appointed supervisor, this gentle older lady who knitted during the visits, made notes of everything. The financial stuff took longer to untangle. $320,000 of my inheritance eventually came back to me through court order. The house stayed in my name since it was inherited property. I never did find my mom's jewelry or dad's watches. Myra claimed she'd sold them months ago. That hurt more than the money. Social fallout was weird too. Some friends ghosted us both, unwilling to pick sides. Others firmly chose Team Myra or Team Russell. My buddy Steven and his wife basically adopted us into their family dinners when I couldn't face cooking again. Eric's friends' parents started including Serenity in their daughter's mall trips. People show up for you in unexpected ways. Work was a challenge with all the court dates and emotional chaos. My boss was surprisingly understanding. Turns out his first wife pulled something similar, though with much less money. He let me adjust my hours temporarily, which was a lifesaver with the new single dad schedule. Online dating profiles started popping up as suggested friends on Facebook about 2 months after everything went down. Apparently, the algorithm sensed my newly single status. Not ready for that circus yet. Maybe not for a long time. The kids are adjusting. Eric's grades dropped initially, but recovered once we got into a routine. He started spending more time in the garage with my dad's old tools, making these intricate wooden boxes, processing his feelings through sawdust, I guess. Serenity went through a phase of calling Myra every night crying, then not speaking to her for weeks. Now they're finding a new normal. As for Myra, last I heard, California dreams are on hold. The court ordered her to stay within 50 miles until the custody arrangement is finalized. Marcus ghosted her after the hearing. She's working at a boutique downtown, ran into her once at the grocery store. Most awkward 7 minutes of my life standing in the cereal aisle making painful small talk while people openly stared. It's been 6 months now. The divorce was finalized last week, much faster than I expected. The judge's final ruling awarded me primary custody, with Myra getting every other weekend and Wednesday dinners. She kept her car, clothes, and personal items while I kept the house, inheritance, and our joint savings. What was left of it? She's required to pay child support, which feels strange since she was always the one who handled our family budget. The house still feels emptier without her despite the noise of 2 teenagers. Some mornings I wake up and for a split second forget everything that happened. Then reality crashes back and I have to start another day rebuilding what's left. Last night, Serenity found an old anniversary card from Myra while looking for school supplies in my desk. It had all these promises of forever and growing old together. She asked if I was sad about losing that future. Smart kid asked the toughest question. I told her I wasn't sad about losing a future that was never real to begin with. The Myra I thought I knew. The one who wrote that card didn't actually exist. I'm sad about that, but not about losing the woman who could smile at me over anniversary dinner knowing she was planning to destroy me, still figuring out this new normal one day at a time. The bathroom sink is leaking again. Eric needs new soccer cleats, and Serenity's having friend drama I barely understand. Life goes on messy and imperfect, but at least it's honest now. And that TikTok account Myra had, still active. Her latest video series is about healing after narcissistic abuse and finding yourself after divorce. The comments section is full of supportive strangers who don't know the real story. I could correct the record, but what's the point? Some people never stop rewriting history. Me, I'm just trying to write a better future for the 3 of us who remain. Story 8. On our anniversary, my wife told me she was not my property and that she was opening our marriage. She kissed my best friend and went on a trip with him. I changed the locks and started the divorce process, a week later. I had 98 missed calls from her. My daughter yelled at me, asking how dare I evict mom over this. She said I was an insecure loser who couldn't accept the new reality, that I had failed as a dad, failed as a husband, and as a man. I gave her a DNA test and said, "Don't ever call me again. I will sue for every penny I spent on you." Turning 50 was supposed to be a milestone, but in the weeks leading up to it, something felt off. My wife, Willow, became secretive, closing her laptop when I walked into the room, whispering on the phone. When I asked what was going on, she would just smile and say, "Be patient, Norm." My daughter, Piper, was in on it too, flashing those knowing grins and teasing that I was going to love what was coming for my big 5-0. Even my son, Thomas, usually detached and aloof, hinted that something special was brewing. I figured they were planning a surprise party, maybe a weekend trip. Not that we were rich, we were comfortable, though Piper's college tuition was eating into our savings. I had just loaned Thomas $4,000 for his first apartment, money I didn't really have, but that's what dads do. Otis, my father-in-law, even called out of the blue to ask what day I was taking off for my birthday. Unusual behavior, unless he needed something. I told him Tuesday, the actual date. That Tuesday at 6:15 in the morning, my boss called about an emergency at the Riverside project. No one else could handle it. I called Willow from the car to say I would be late but home for dinner. She sounded distracted, just said that worked out fine and hung up. I worked through the day fixing a busted water main and equipment failures. Nobody at work knew it was my birthday, and I didn't mention it. On the way home, I bought myself a bottle of good whiskey, thinking at least something nice was waiting for me. When I pulled into the driveway at 5:53, there were no extra cars, no signs of life. Inside, the house was dark and empty. No decorations, no note, no family. I checked my phone, no messages, no missed calls. I tried calling Willow, voicemail. I tried Thomas, voicemail. I texted Piper, nothing. By 7:3, I was sitting at the kitchen table, staring at the whiskey, wondering if something had happened. I called the hospital, nothing. I called Willow's sister, Lindsay, no answer. At 8:14, still alone, I poured myself a glass, then I checked Instagram. That's when I saw it, a post from 3 hours earlier, my entire family, Willow, Thomas, Piper, Otis, Kinsley, and Lindsay, all grinning on a beach at some resort, cocktails in hand. The caption from Thomas read, "Family vacation mode activated. He won't even notice we're gone." I stared. Willow had commented with a laughing emoji, saying, "So true." Lindsay made a day about workaholic husbands not appreciating the finer things. Piper didn't comment, but she was in the photo, looking thrilled. I kept scrolling, jet skis, poolside selfies, sunset dinners, all time stamped, all geotagged. They had left 2 days ago, well before my birthday. This wasn't spontaneous, it was planned, and it didn't include me. I'm not a pushover, never have been, but in that moment I felt slapped. My pride took a massive hit. 25 years of marriage, 2 kids, all the hours I poured into supporting them, and they did this. For a minute, I tasted raw betrayal, but I shoved it down. I learned a long time ago that when you show vulnerability, people see weakness. I promised myself no one would ever see me weak again. So I did what I'm good at, I planned. I checked our joint bank account. There was a withdrawal of $4,000, matching the amount I had given Thomas. Coincidence? I think not. I scrolled through older posts. Otis had been hinting about a family trip for a while. This wasn't spontaneous at all. It was orchestrated with precision around my absence. By midnight, my emotional storm had turned into icy cold focus. I cracked my knuckles and started collecting evidence, screenshots of posts, logs of calls, bank statements. Because if they were going to cut me out of a family vacation on my birthday, they were going to find out that I'm not the kind of man who just shrugs and moves on. I always have a plan B. Some call that being a villain. I call it being prepared. You don't become successful by letting people walk all over you. At 2 in the morning, I uncovered something that ripped away the last shreds of my sympathy. Willow had a secret credit card, $113,000 in debt, designer everything, endless spa charges, fancy lunches, all behind my back. I did get angry, really angry, but I kept it contained. I can use anger like a tool, focusing it into something more productive. My mind was already working on how to handle the financial blowback, but first I thought, they have to come home. Morning arrived, still no birthday messages, nothing. They were living it up. They honestly believed I wouldn't notice or care. Maybe that's half true. I had been so caught up in my own world for years. That's on me. But they were the ones posting about how I was irrelevant. No, that didn't sit right. I headed to work, ignoring my phone the entire day. Nothing from Willow or the kids. The next day, more of the same. More beach pictures, Piper partying, Thomas tagging himself at a karaoke bar with Otis. Willow posting about how she was in heaven far from real life. I guess I was real life. The burden she needed a vacation from. Good to know. On day 3, I finally got a text from Piper. "Hey Dad, how's it going?" My blood nearly boiled. "How's it going?" Like we're old neighbors bumping into each other at the grocery store. No happy belated birthday, no apology, just casual small talk. I ignored it. An hour later, Thomas texted, "Dad, can you check if I left my laptop charger in my old room?" No word about the trip, nothing about my birthday. "Sure, kid, let me rummage around the house I pay for to find your charger while you sip margaritas on my dime." I ignored that too. By evening, the tone changed. "Dad, are you mad? Mom's worried. Dad, can you just say something? Daddy, please text back so we know you're okay." I said nothing. Instead, I snapped a picture of myself with a store-bought birthday cake, my sad little attempt at celebrating days late. I posted it on Instagram without a caption. Let them see how I spent my birthday. That was just the opening move. Within an hour, the messages blew up. Willow went into panic mode. Piper sent voice notes with tears. Thomas tried half-hearted jokes. Otis even left a voicemail calling me childish. Because in their eyes, I was the villain for ignoring them while they were sipping cocktails on a beach. That's rich. I counted 47 messages before midnight. Willow's last one said, "We're coming home tomorrow. Please be there. We need to talk." I almost laughed. They need to talk now. They sure didn't need to talk when they left me behind. So I stopped by a hardware store and bought a new deadbolt. I almost laughed. They need to talk? Well, now they do. They sure didn't need to talk when they left me behind. So I stopped by a hardware store, bought a new deadbolt, and spent the rest of the night deciding how to handle their return. Because, oh, they can come home. But they'll find out soon enough that I am not in the mood to play nice. Day 4, I was off from work. I told my boss I needed time to handle personal business. He knows better than to pry. By mid-afternoon, I heard an Uber pull up. Then the sound of luggage wheels scraping along the driveway. I made them wait, ignoring the doorbell twice. Finally, I opened the door, and there they were. Willow dressed in a new sundress, clutching a gift bag she probably bought at the last minute. Thomas sporting a fresh tan, his eyes darting everywhere except in my face. Piper, lips trembling like she was about to cry. And behind them, Otis and Kinsley, both looking like they smelled something foul. No one spoke for a good 10 seconds. I could feel my heart pounding, that slow burn of anger about to flare. Finally, Willow broke the silence. "Norman, we've been so worried. We called the hospitals. We tried everything." "Yeah," I said, my voice flat. "Did you try calling me on my birthday?" She faltered, then tried a different approach. "Look, the trip was to celebrate your 50th in a different way. We got delayed, and I wanted to surprise you when we got back." I didn't even let her finish. I held up my phone, opened Instagram, and showed them Thomas's post, the one with the line. "He won't even notice we're gone." I practically shoved it in Willow's face. The color drained from her cheeks. Piper started crying for real. Thomas just stared at his shoes. Otis stepped up, huffing like the big shot he thinks he is. "This is ridiculous, Norman. Let's go inside and talk like civilized people. You don't need to rub it in their faces." I cut him off with a sharp hand gesture. "Otis, I'm not dealing with you today. Drop the luggage and leave." He puffed out his chest. "You don't tell me what to do." I stepped forward, getting right into his face. "Actually, I do. It's my house. You're not welcome here right now. Don't push me." That got him sputtering, not used to anyone telling him no. Kinsley tried to back him up, but I stared her down too. Finally, Otis left the luggage with a loud thump and stormed off, Kinsley trailing after him. Willow's voice trembled. "Norman, please, we just need to talk." I let them in, ignoring Otis's glowering face in the driveway. The moment they stepped inside, the air practically crackled with tension. The house felt smaller with them in it, like too many emotions jammed into one space. Willow noticed right away that her things weren't in our bedroom. "What did you do with my stuff?" she demanded, her voice shrill. "I moved it guest room," I said, keeping my tone calm but firm. "Don't worry, it's safe." She started to protest, but I cut her off by dumping a full folder onto the kitchen table. Screenshots of their social media posts, transaction records, and that huge secret credit card debt. Before we talk about anything else, I said, we talk about this, all of this. I want you to read every line carefully. And then you tell me when exactly I became the man you could brush off like trash. Willow flipped through the pages, her face drained of blood. Thomas glanced at a few screenshots and tried to wave it off. Dad, it was a joke. Everybody jokes on social media. You're overreacting, this is toxic. I jabbed a finger at him. You watch your mouth, kid. Who's being toxic? The father who paid your rent, your tuition, your bills? Or the son who posted that I'm basically non-existent? Piper just stood there, tears rolling down her cheeks, stammering something about how she didn't mean to hurt me. I almost felt sorry for her, but that beach photo of her grinning without a care was still fresh in my mind. Eventually, Willow looked up from the folder. This was supposed to be a break for all of us. A chance to unwind. Otis offered it, and we thought. Stop right there, I said, controlling my voice so it wouldn't shake with anger. I know about the secret credit card, Willow. I know about the lunches with your sister that cost a fortune. And I sure as hell know about the way you all laughed at me while I was busting my back on that Riverside job. So don't feed me more nonsense about how this was a gift to me. She tried a last-ditch defense. You're so obsessed with money, Norman, always counting every penny. Maybe I wanted something more from life in your daily lectures. I snorted, oh, I see, you wanted more. So you jetted off on my birthday with my kids, using my money, and you didn't think I'd be pissed, got it. Her eyes brined with tears, but I couldn't tell if it was genuine regret or just frustration. We were planning to celebrate. With what, another credit card you keep hidden? Or Otis's inheritance? Because I sure didn't see any reservations made in my name. Thomas stormed off, muttering under his breath that I was so unfair. Piper fled to her room, crying. Willow just stood there, caught somewhere between fury and shame. I couldn't help but feel a grim satisfaction seeing her illusions crumble. Does that make me a villain? Probably, but in that moment I felt justified. That night, Willow moved to the guest room. I was still running hot with anger, anger I had never truly let out before. It sat in my gut like a block of smoldering coal, fueling every breath I took. Thomas and Piper holed up in their old bedrooms, each too shaken to say more than a mumbled apology or complaint. Around 11, I roamed the house, trying to process everything. Anger thrives on the smallest sparks, and mine kept flaring each time I remembered how they laughed on that beach, how they forgot about me until I posted that lonely birthday cake photo. Eventually, I walked into the hallway and saw Willow's suitcases lined against the wall, suitcases she had taken to the resort. Something inside me snapped. I needed to see how far this betrayal went. I crouched by the largest suitcase and unzipped it slowly. Right on top were her sandals and an expensive-looking cover-up I had never seen before. Tag still attached. I shifted aside a bundle of clothes and brushed against a small plastic bag containing a pair of men's boxer briefs. My first thought was that they might belong to Thomas, but these were huge, definitely larger than anything Thomas would wear. My son is lean, built like a runner. These boxers were for someone broader. I found another t-shirt, clearly worn. I lifted it to my nose. A wave of cologne wafted up, nothing like my brand. My spine stiffened. I dug deeper, hands trembling, until I found more men's items, another t-shirt, an undershirt, a worn belt, all faintly smelling of that same cologne. My heart pounded in my ears. Whose things were these? Willow's suitcase was stuffed with evidence of someone else. I shot to my feet, vision tunneling with rage. Forget confronting her calmly, this was beyond that. I marched to the guest room and flung the door open. Willow was lying on the bed, phone in hand, probably rehearsing more excuses. She jumped as the door slammed against the wall. "Whose are these?" I growled, throwing the t-shirt and belt onto the floor in front of her. She went pale, tried to speak, but her mouth just opened and closed, no sound coming out. "Answer me," I shouted, my voice echoing through the house. Thomas and Piper appeared in their doorways, wide-eyed and frozen. Willow clutched her phone tighter like it was some kind of invisible shield. "Norman, I can explain." "Explain what?" I stepped forward, pointing at the pile of men's clothes at her feet. "The collar still smells like someone else's cologne, not mine." Tears welled up in her eyes, but I had no patience left for her performance. Is it someone from work, someone from the beach, or has this been going on for longer than just a vacation? She covered her face with her hands, her shoulders shaking. It's not what you think, she whispered. I barked out a laugh. It's exactly what I think. Thomas muttered something from the hallway. I turned to him. You knew, didn't you? He flinched but didn't answer. Piper sobbed openly now, backing into her room and shutting the door. Willow tried to reach for me. Norman, please, we were unhappy. We didn't know how to tell you. So you told me by leaving me alone on my birthday and posting it all over social media? I snapped. You had 100 chances to tell me. You chose this. Silence fell like a hammer between us. I turned away from her, trying to control the boiling rage inside me. This wasn't just betrayal, it was years of being taken for granted. I want you out, I said, voice cold and final. You have until tomorrow evening. She gasped as if I had struck her. Where am I supposed to go? Not my problem, I said without looking at her. Call your boyfriend, call Otis, call whoever helped you pack these lies. Thomas finally found his voice. Dad, you can't just throw her out, she's mom. I stared at him, dead in the eyes. And what was I, Thomas? Your ATM? Your invisible man until you needed money. He had no answer for that. Willow started sobbing harder, but I didn't flinch. I was done with being the one left behind. Without another word, I walked back to the master bedroom, my bedroom now, and locked the door. Tomorrow, I thought, would be the real beginning of the end. And this time, I wasn't the one who would be left out. The next morning, I woke up to the smell of coffee brewing. For a split second, instinct told me everything was normal, then reality hit like a punch to the gut. I got up, dressed, and walked into the kitchen. Willow was there, still in the same sundress, eyes red and puffy, trying to play housewife like nothing had happened. Thomas sat at the table, pretending to scroll on his phone. Piper was nowhere to be seen. Good morning, Willow said, voice shaky. I said nothing, just walked past her, grabbed a bottle of water from the fridge and leaned against the counter. The silence was crushing. Norman, she began, I thought maybe we could talk, really talk, for the kid's sake. I took a slow sip of water, letting her squirm. For the kid's sake, I finally said, you mean the kids who laughed while ditching me on my 50th birthday. Thomas winced but still said nothing. Norman, we made mistakes, Willow pleaded, but can't we work through this? We have so much history. History? I let out a bitter laugh, doubt where. 25 years of me working my ass off while you racked up secret debt and planned beach trips behind my back. Her mouth opened to argue but closed again when I stared her down. I'm done, I said calmly. I'm filing for divorce today. Thomas stood up so fast his chair screeched backward. You can't just blow up the family because you're mad. Families fight, they forgive. I turned to him feeling a cold, almost surgical anger. When you have a family of your own someday, Thomas, maybe you'll understand something. Trust is everything. Once it's gone, it's over. He looked like he wanted to argue, but instead he stormed out the front door, slamming it so hard the windows rattled. Good riddance for now. I turned back to Willow. You need to move out, I said. You have until 5 p.m. After that, I changed the locks. But Norman, she said, voice cracking, I don't have anywhere to go. You have plenty of people, I said. Your secret boyfriend, Otis, your sister, you burned this bridge, not me. Tears streamed down her face, but I felt nothing but the cold, steady beat of resolve. I walked away from her and went to my home office, sat down at my desk, pulled up the divorce attorney's number I had saved in my phone months ago. Just in case I never thought I would actually need. When the receptionist answered, I didn't hesitate. Hi, I need to schedule an emergency consultation. I said, I want to file for divorce immediately. The rest of the day moved fast. I packed up Willow's remaining things, stacking them neatly by the front door. Piper stayed hidden in her room, too scared or ashamed to face me. Thomas came back around 2 p.m. trying to talk, trying to guilt-trip me. I shut him down with a few cold facts about the loans, the bills, the way they all took me for granted. No more discussions, no more emotional blackmail. At 4:3, Willow came downstairs with a suitcase and a duffel bag. I'll stay with Lindsay, she said quietly, not meeting my eyes. I just nodded. When she stepped out the front door, she paused. I did love you, Norman, once. I didn't respond, not out of cruelty, but because the man she had loved, the man willing to overlook every slight and betrayal for the sake of family, didn't exist anymore. She left. And with that, the house was mine again. Empty, quiet, broken, maybe, but mine. I closed the door, locked it, and leaned back against it, feeling a strange mix of grief and freedom swirling in my chest. A chapter had ended. A new one was about to begin, and this time it was going to be on my terms. The first thing I did after Willow left was simple. I sat down at the kitchen table, the same place where they had once dropped their laughter and betrayal on me, and I made a list. Everything that needed to change, everything I was taking back. First, the finances. I called the bank and froze the joint accounts, opened a new personal account under my name only. I canceled every shared credit card, reported the secret one Willow had hidden, and filed paperwork to separate any outstanding debts. She would carry her own mistakes from now on. Next came the house. It was mine, bought years ago before I even met Willow, paid off, no mortgage. I contacted a locksmith and had all the locks changed, not just the front door. Every window was checked, every possible entry point secured. If they wanted to come back here for anything, they would need my permission. Then the emotional side, harder to tackle. I cleared out the master bedroom, getting rid of every item that reminded me of her, the old pictures, the souvenirs from trips, the anniversary gifts now rotting with false sentiment. I boxed them up and left them in the garage, out of sight, out of mind. Piper came downstairs once, her face pale, eyes rimmed with tears. "Dad," she whispered, "can I stay?" I looked at her long and hard. There was a part of me, the wounded father, that wanted to say yes, wrap her up, protect her. But another part, the part that remembered her laughter on that beach, remembered her calling me an insecure loser, that part held strong. "You need to live with your mom for now," I said quietly, "until you figure out who you really are." She broke down crying, but I didn't waver. It was time they all faced consequences. Thomas didn't even ask, he just left. By that evening the house was silent, not just empty, peaceful. I made myself a real dinner, not just whiskey and sadness. Steak, potatoes, a cold beer. I played old vinyl records that Willow had hated, turned the volume up loud. For the first time in years I breathed easy. I wasn't sad, I wasn't heartbroken, I was free, but I wasn't finished yet. They thought they could use me, drain me, humiliate me, and walk away clean. No, there was one more thing they needed to learn, and I knew exactly how to teach them. The next morning I sent a simple email to Otis, ceasing Willow, Thomas, Piper, and Lindsay. Effective immediately, I am discontinuing all financial support to any family member outside of myself. Any pending debts, allowances, or gifts are hereby canceled. Future contact will be through legal representatives only. Short, sharp, final. Thomas and Piper had their college tuition hanging by a thread I had just cut. Willow had debts spiraling out of control, now fully in her name. Otis had plans that depended on my generosity, which no longer existed. The fallout was nuclear. My phone exploded with calls, messages, emails. I ignored every single one. You see, they only cared now because the money was gone, the comfort was gone. Not because they missed me, not because they regretted anything real, just the benefits they lost. Good. Let them feel what it's like to be discarded. Let them rebuild from the ashes like they expected me to. That night I sat on the back porch, sipping another cold beer, watching the sunset. The anger inside me was no longer raging. It was steady, controlled. The man they thought they could destroy, he was still standing, stronger than ever. And the next time they thought about betraying someone like me, maybe, just maybe, they would remember how badly they lost. Weeks passed. At first, the messages from Willow, Thomas, and Piper kept coming, desperate and messy, switching between anger, guilt trips, and empty promises. I answered none of them. I wasn't being petty. I was being free. I spent my evenings working on the house. Fixed the squeaky gate Willow always complained about but never helped fix, painted the spare bedroom the deep blue I liked, not the pastel nonsense she used to insist on, donated half the old furniture to charity. It felt like exhaling after years of holding my breath. My divorce lawyer moved fast. Within a month, the paperwork was filed, and I made it clear through my attorney. No alimony, no settlements, we each kept what was individually ours. Since the house was fully mine, she had no claim. The credit cards all in her name, and I had evidence to prove it. Thomas and Piper tried one last time. They showed up one Sunday afternoon, standing awkwardly on the front lawn like two lost kids. I watched them from the window for a long moment. A small part of me, the part that still remembered bedtime stories, scraped knees, and graduation hugs, almost caved. Almost. But I didn't open the door. Instead, I sat back in my chair, turned up the record player, and let them stand there until they realized I wasn't coming. Eventually, they left. It hurt. Of course it hurt. But sometimes healing looks like silence, like locked doors, like protecting the little piece of peace you fought so hard to win. 6 months later, I sat at a small restaurant, nursing a coffee after a meeting. The place was cozy, quiet, the kind of place I never would have bothered with before when my life was noise and chaos. A woman sitting at the next table smiled at me. Kind, warm, no expectation behind it, just a smile. And for the first time in what felt like forever, I smiled back. Not because I needed anything, not because I was lonely, but because I could, because I was whole again. Because after all the betrayal, after all the pain, after all the rebuilding, I was still standing, and better than ever. Story 9. My wife, 3 months pregnant, aborted our child against my will just to make room for her childhood friend's baby because he was terminally ill. Afterward, she said calmly, "Ryan doesn't have much time left. Why would you argue with a dying man? I promise, once I give birth to Ryan's baby, we can have another of our own." Everyone thought I was madly in love with her, convinced I wouldn't refuse and would gladly play the role of a pathetic stepfather. But this time, I signed the divorce papers without hesitation and booked a flight abroad. 2 years later, I saw my ex-wife again at a class reunion. The moment she stepped into the private room, she shoved her 2-year-old child into my arms with a smug look. "Liam," she said, "you've been sulking for 2 years. Isn't it time you cooled off? If you apologize to me in front of everyone, I might give you a chance to take care of us, me and my son." People around us stifled their laughter. Someone even whispered, "Wow, Liam got a 2-for-1 deal." I just smiled and raised my left hand, flushing my wedding ring. "No, thanks. I already have a wife and child of my own. I don't need to be a stand-in for someone else's family." The room went silent. Then, almost as if on cue, everyone burst into laughter. "Come on, Liam. Everyone knows how much you loved Serena," someone said. "You donated a kidney to her when she had end-stage renal failure. You expect us to believe you married someone else." "Exactly," another chimed in. "At least make your lies believable." I ignored their jeers. They didn't know. They couldn't. Yes, I'd been madly in love with Serena. When she was diagnosed with kidney failure, I gave her one of mine without hesitation. Even now, my left side aches whenever it rains. I'd always save her the sweetest part of the watermelon. I'd remove every dragon fruit seed with a toothpick because she hated them. I tolerated her going on dates with Ryan. I tolerated her wiping food from his mouth, tying his tie right in front of me. As long as she came home to me, I pretended it didn't hurt. Everyone knew I was hopelessly in love with her, so when I said I was married now, they assumed it was another emotional outburst. Then Ryan, who had been silent all this time, picked up a bottle of wine and approached me. "Liam," he said with a forced smile, "I know you're still upset about what happened 2 years ago. It's my fault. If I hadn't been diagnosed, Serena wouldn't have done what she did. Let me apologize." And just like that, he downed the entire bottle. The alcohol made him cough violently. Serena rushed over, handed her son to a nearby colleague, and tried to take the bottle away. "Are you crazy, Ryan? Even if your condition has stabilized, you're still sick." After comforting him, she turned back to me with a cold expression. "Liam, you've been throwing a tantrum for 2 years. Enough already. Ryan and I only did IVF. There was no physical intimacy. Why are you still so bitter over something so minor?" The murmuring began again. "Liam's being unreasonable. It's a good deal. Serena's been trying to find him for 2 years. Time to move on." Minor. In Serena's eyes, aborting our child was just a minor thing. What caught me off guard wasn't her arrogance. It was that she had actually been looking for me. For what? Then she said, "Leo needs someone to take care of him. Since you're back, that someone can be you. Even though he's not your biological child, you're still his legal father. So you're responsible." I laughed under my breath. 2 years had passed, but Serena hadn't changed. Still issuing commands like she had every right. But I wasn't the same man anymore. My heart had turned to stone the day she aborted our child. And what I said about my wife and child wasn't a bluff. After I moved abroad, I rebuilt my life. I found a good job. I met Victoria. She supported me through my darkest days. We got married and had a beautiful daughter. Just thinking about them filled me with warmth. I looked Serena in the eyes and said firmly, "No, thanks. I already have a child to care for." As for Leo, let his real father handle it. Ryan's eyes reddened immediately. Liam, I know you resent me for what happened, but I'm begging you. I want to raise Leo myself, but I'm not physically capable. He's a good kid. Quiet, no trouble, please do it for me. Take care of my son. He even dropped to his knees. Serena helped him up and glared at me. Do you know how many people begged me to let them care for Leo? I turned them all down. I'm offering you a chance, don't be ungrateful. She glanced at my outfit and sneered. You must have had it rough abroad, showing up to a reunion in those clothes. If you care for Leo, I'll give you 10,000 a month in pocket money. Way more than you'd make at odd jobs. Ryan nodded smugly. Yeah, stay with us and you won't have to wear knockoffs anymore. More whispers followed. Look at Liam. What a fall from grace. If he hadn't left, he'd be enjoying Serena's success. I just smiled coldly. They had no idea my clothes weren't knockoffs. They were custom-made silk worth thousands. Seeing me smile, Serena assumed I was agreeing. She pulled out her phone. I'll transfer 10,000 now. Buy some decent clothes so you don't embarrass Leo. But when she hit send, her screen flashed red. You blocked me, she exclaimed. I smirked. I blocked you 2 years ago. Took you this long to notice? Flushed with embarrassment, she snapped. Add me back. Now I shrugged. Why would I? My wife doesn't let me out other women. She's the jealous type. Serena's face darkened. Are you done with this little act? I gave you an out. If you keep this up, I'll file for divorce. I laughed. Serena, did you forget? We divorced 2 years ago. The room went silent. She blinked. Divorced? When? I pulled out a document from my pocket and slapped it on the table. Remember the envelope I gave you the day you scheduled your DNC procedure? You didn't even bother reading it. You signed the divorce agreement without knowing. This, I pointed at the paper as the second copy. Her eyes widened. This is my handwriting. How? I don't remember signing. You did, I said. You just never cared enough to look. Murmurs erupted around the room. Liam divorced her. Is he finally over her? Then, why is he back? Serena lifted her chin. You're lying. You came back because you still love me. She had no idea. The truth was, I had only come back to accompany my wife and daughter. Victoria was attending a business gala, and our daughter wanted to visit Wanda Law Indie Theme Park during spring break. I had just landed when I received the reunion invite. Figured I'd drop by. Right then, Serena's phone rang. She answered and froze. It was her assistant, Miss Stone, CEO of Stone Group, just landed with her husband and child. They're attending the gala tonight. The chairman says we must treat them with the utmost respect. He especially asked us to impress her husband. That's when I realized Serena's company was hosting the gala. After the call, the room was abuzz with praise. Serena, your company's incredible. Can you help us make connections at the gala? Serena glowed with pride. Turning to me, she sneered, regret divorcing me now, Liam. If you take care of Leo, I might consider remarrying you. I smiled coldly. Stone Group wouldn't even look at your company. Ryan scoffed. What would you know? I stared at them both. Because I'm Miss Stone's husband. For a moment, not a single sound could be heard. It was as if my words had frozen the air itself. Every eye in the private room widened, every jaw dropped. Wine glasses paused mid-air, laughter died in throats, and Serena's triumphant smirk faltered into confusion, then disbelief. Ryan blinked rapidly, as if trying to compute what I had just said. You, Serena said slowly, her voice tied and trembling. You're Miss Stone's husband. Liam, stop joking around. Do you know who Victoria Stone is? She's one of the most powerful women in the industry. You think she'd marry someone like you? I leaned back slightly, crossing my arms with a faint, amused smile. You mean someone who wears cheap clothes and works odd jobs abroad? She flushed scarlet. Ryan let out a forced chuckle. This must be some kind of misunderstanding. Maybe he meant a different Stone. No, I said calmly, lifting my phone. With a few swipes, I pulled up a family photo taken just 2 weeks ago at a beach resort. Victoria in a sundress, our daughter perched on my shoulders, laughing with a mouth full of cotton candy. We looked like the very definition of joy. I turned the screen toward them. This is my wife, Victoria, our daughter, Amelia. I don't need 10,000 a month to babysit your son. I have a family. Gasps echo through the room. Someone murmured, that really is her. It's Miss Stone. Another added he wasn't bluffing. Serena snatched the phone from my hand and stared at the photo, her eyes scanning Victoria's face with a mixture of awe and growing panic. Her mouth opened, then closed. When she finally spoke, her voice cracked. This doesn't make sense. You were obsessed with me. Was I replied coldly, that's the key word. She turned to Ryan. You knew he was back. Did you know about this? Ryan shook his head, dumbfounded. I swear I didn't. He said nothing about. I didn't because it wasn't worth bringing up. I cut in. This reunion was just a side trip. I came back with Victoria and Amelia for spring break. We're staying for a few weeks, that's it. I only came tonight out of curiosity. Serena's eyes started around the room, suddenly aware of how the tide had turned. Her smugness had curdled into desperation. For the first time since I met her, she looked small, but Liam. We could have had everything. I searched for you. I regretted what happened. I didn't know you'd left for good. You didn't know because you didn't care to read the letter, I replied. Because you thought I would always come crawling back. Because I thought we still had a future, she shouted, her voice cracking under the weight of the realization. You gave me a kidney. You loved me like no one ever did. Doesn't that mean anything? Once it did, I said, my tone softening, not out of affection but closure. But love, Serena, love needs respect to survive. You aborted our child for another man, not just that. You did it with arrogance, without apology. You used my body to save your own and then threw away our life together as if it were disposable. That kind of betrayal doesn't heal. The room fell silent again. A former classmate whispered, damn. Serena's shoulders trembled. She clutched Leo tightly, who now stirred in her arms, sensing his mother's distress. And now, I continued, you expect me to raise the son you had with another man. After 2 years of silence, you offer me pocket money like I'm some pitiful errand boy. I'm not the Liam who begged you to come home anymore. I'm a husband, a father. I don't need your pity, and I sure as hell don't need your money. Ryan stepped forward, eyes red. But Leo, he's innocent. He didn't choose this. I may be weak now, but I love him if I die. Then make arrangements that don't involve the man whose life you helped destroy, I said sharply. Leo is not my responsibility. You're cruel, Serena's bad, her voice bitter with defeat. No, I said, I'm finally free. With that, I turned to leave. But just as I reached the door, Serena called after me, a final weapon in her arsenal. You think Victoria really loves you? What happens when she finds out what kind of man you used to be? That you were willing to beg and grovel for a woman who didn't deserve you? That you were so weak? I paused, then turned around slowly. Victoria knows everything, I said evenly. She knows who I was, what I went through, and she's still here. That's the difference between you and her. You only stayed when I gave you something. She stayed even when I had nothing left. I left the room with quiet, purposeful steps. Outside, the air was cooler, freer. I exhaled slowly, as if letting go of years of buried grief. As I walked toward the parking lot, I felt my phone buzz. A message from Victoria. You doing okay in there? Amelia's asking if you want to grab ice cream after dinner. I smiled. On my way. Double scoop for her, extra fudge. The business gala was held in one of the city's most prestigious hotels, a lavish display of power and elegance. Victoria arrived in a sleek navy evening gown, her presence commanding attention the moment she stepped through the doors. At her side, I wore a tailored tuxedo, the very opposite of the cheap image Serena tried to project. As expected, Serena's company had a booth set up, with Serena herself nervously scanning the room. When she saw us enter, me with Victoria on my arm, her eyes widened in disbelief. Miss Stone, my wife, the woman everyone else was trying to impress. She leaned over and whispered something to Ryan, who turned pale. It didn't take long for Serena's chairman to rush over to greet Victoria. Miss Stone. We've arranged a special seat for you and your husband. Please follow me. Victoria smiled graciously. Thank you, but I'd like to introduce you to someone first. She turned to the stunt Serena and extended a perfectly manicured hand. Mrs. Stone, CEO of Stone Group. And this is my husband, Liam, the only man I trust with both my heart and my empire. Serena stood there frozen, lips parted, unable to speak. Her eyes flicked back and forth between our faces, realization finally settling in. This wasn't a game. This wasn't an act. I had moved on and up, far beyond her reach. Victoria's voice remained warm but carried steel underneath. Thank you for taking care of Liam before, but I'll be looking after him now. She didn't wait for a response. With a confident turn, we walked away from Serena and Ryan, leaving them standing amid the high society they thought they controlled. Victoria squeezed my hand. You okay? More than okay, I murmured. I think I finally closed that chapter. Good, she said, because I plan on writing many better ones with you. Later that night, back at the hotel, I tucked Amelia into bed. She was still holding her half-melted cup of chocolate fudge swirl, having refused to let it go until the very last spoonful. Victoria came in with a blanket and smiled as she watched me kiss Amelia's forehead. "She adores you," she said softly. "She's my light," I replied. "Both of you are." Victoria leaned against the doorway. "So what now? Think Serena's going to try something? She might. But it doesn't matter." She lost her power over me the moment I walked away. Victoria nodded, then crossed the room and kissed me on the cheek. "Then let's focus on what matters now, us." And in that quiet room, with the soft sound of our daughters breathing in the background, I felt something I hadn't in years. Peace. Not the fragile kind that depended on someone else's approval or affection, but the kind built from walking through fire and stepping out whole. It had been 3 days since the reunion. 3 days since I saw Serena's world collapse under the weight of her own delusions. I hadn't heard a word from her or Ryan since. No more offers, no more guilt-tripping, no more arrogant ultimatums. I thought it was over, but I had underestimated Serena's pride. Victoria and I were having brunch at a quiet cafe near the riverside. Amelia was across the table, carefully stacking sugar packets while humming to herself. The air was calm, the kind that wraps around you and makes you forget that chaos ever existed, until my phone buzzed with a call from an unknown number. I declined it. A second later, a message popped up. "Liam, it's urgent. Please meet me at Riverside Park by noon. Come alone." It was from Serena. I stared at the message for a while, fingers hovering over the screen. I didn't want to reply, I didn't know her anything. But something in the wording urgent made me pause. I turned to Victoria. "It's Serena," her brow arched, calm but alert. "She's still trying, she wants to meet. Alone." Victoria stirred her coffee thoughtfully. "You want to go? I don't. But I think I should, just to end this once and for all." She nodded slowly. "I trust you. But be careful, she's not the same Serena you once knew. She's exactly the same. That's the problem." Riverside Park was quiet at noon. The trees swayed lazily in the spring breeze and the sounds of children laughing nearby echoed softly. Serena was sitting alone on a bench, her sunglasses pushed to the top of her head. Her eyes were tired, rimmed with smudged mascara. She looked up as I approached, her lips parting slightly as if to speak, but no words came. I didn't sit. "What do you want?" She exhaled shakily, then stood, brushing invisible dust off her dress. I wasn't expecting the reunion to go that way. That much was obvious. She winced at my tone but continued. "I didn't come here to argue. I need help, Liam." I laughed once. "Of course you do. It's always when you need something that you remember I exist." "I'm serious," she said, stepping closer. "Ryan's condition is worsening. He collapsed yesterday. The doctors say the cancer is progressing again. There's not much time left." I stayed silent. She looked up at me, her eyes brimming. "He doesn't want to die without knowing Leo will be okay. We thought we had more time." "And now you're here," I said, trying to make me feel responsible for a child who isn't mine. Serena's lip trembled. "Liam, please, I was wrong about everything, about you, about us. I know I hurt you. I was selfish and arrogant. I treated your love like a safety net, but when you left, when you never came back, I realized I'd lost something irreplaceable." "Now you realize?" I asked, voice cold. "After using me, discarding me, humiliating me." "I deserve every bit of your anger," she whispered, "but Leo doesn't. He's innocent. And Ryan's dying." I looked away, jaw tight. "I didn't ask you here to guilt you," she said. "I asked you here because I know you're the only person who would protect Leo if the worst happened. You're strong, steady. You're everything I never appreciated. I know you've moved on and I know your wife is amazing. But please, help me make arrangements, not for me. For Leo." I turned back to her. "So what exactly are you asking me to do?" "Ryan is drafting a will," she said quietly. "He wants to name you as Leo's guardian if he passes, just a backup in case. Something happens to me too. I've been under pressure, Liam. The board of my company, they're circling like sharks. If I lose my position, I could lose custody. They want to spin this into a scandal. The CEO who had a child with a dying man while married, then got divorced and lost everything. If they succeed." I held up a hand. "Stop, just stop. Do you even hear yourself?" She blinked. "I'm not your shield, Serena. I'm not your reputation manager. I'm not your fallback plan. I'm not going to clean up the messes you've created while stepping on the people who loved you. I'm just—" "No," I interrupted. "I'm not the same man you manipulated. You want to protect Leo? Do it yourself. Hire a lawyer, get a real guardian, find someone who actually wants to be in your life. Don't come crawling to me because your house of cards is falling." She stood there, silent. Then, softly, "Do you hate me?" I looked at her for a long moment. "No," I said, "because that would mean I still care." That evening, I returned to the hotel to find Victoria waiting on the balcony with a glass of wine in hand. Amelia was already asleep, curled into the blankets with her stuffed bear. "You went," she said. I nodded. "She's desperate. Ryan's dying. She wants me to be Leo's guardian in case both of them." "Go." Victoria took a sip. "Are you going to do it?" "No," I said, firm, not because of hate, but because it's not mine to carry. She nodded slowly. "Good." I walked over to her and wrapped my arms around her waist, resting my chin on her shoulder. I didn't realize how much baggage I still carried until I saw her again. I thought closure would be clean, final, but it's messy. "Healing always is," she murmured, "but you're doing it, one step at a time." We stood there for a while in silence, watching the lights shimmer over the water. Then she said, "By the way, the chairman of Serena's company contacted me today." I blinked. They tried to offer a partnership again, through back channels. Apparently their public image is slipping and they think Stone Group could stabilize them. "What did you say?" Victoria smiled, slow and lethal. "I told them I wouldn't work with a company that builds its empire on betrayal. I don't support women who climb using other people's lives as leverage." I let out a low chuckle. "Remind me never to get on your bad side." "Oh, you'd never survive," she grinned. The next morning, I got a call from Ryan. His voice was weak, barely more than a whisper. "I don't have much time," he said. "I wanted to speak to you. Not about Leo, about Serena." I said nothing. "She changed," he said. "She won't admit it, but after you left, something in her broke. She stopped going out. She buried herself in work. She cried a lot, screamed sometimes. I saw it. I saw what she did to her." "She did it to herself," I replied. "Maybe," he said. "But you were the only person she ever truly loved. And she knows she ruined it." There was a pause. "Then when I'm gone, don't forgive her, not unless she earns it, but don't let her become hollow." I didn't respond. He sighed. "Take care of yourself, Liam." Then the line went dead. 3 days later, Ryan passed away. The funeral was private, only a few close friends. I didn't attend. I didn't send flowers. I didn't call. But I thought about him, not with bitterness, but with quiet understanding. Because in the end, he was a man facing the inevitable, clinging to something, anything that could outlive him. And I was a man who had once sacrificed everything for love, only to find love again in an entirely different form. Not loud, not dramatic, but real, enduring. Victoria and I flew home the next week. As the plane lifted off, I looked down at the shrinking city below and whispered a silent goodbye. To the past, to Serena, to Liam, the fool who had once believed love could fix everything. I wasn't that man anymore, and I had no intention of ever becoming him again. The moment we landed back home, the shift was palpable. The air felt clearer, the sun shone brighter, and more importantly, everything that had happened during the reunion. During that strange, tangled return to my past, stayed behind. Or so I thought. Victoria was immediately pulled into meetings. As the CEO of Stone Group, her schedule was a whirlwind of investors, strategy calls, and press engagements. But even with her packed calendar, she always found time to check in with me, to anchor us in the normal, the present. Meanwhile, I returned to my consulting firm, diving into a backlog of client work I had postponed for the trip. Amelia resumed school. Life began to settle into routine. But peace, I was learning, was a delicate thing. One night just before midnight, Victoria burst into my office holding her phone, her eyes sharp and jaw tense. "Have you seen this?" she asked. I turned from my laptop. "What is it?" She placed her phone in my hands. The screen was open to a gossip article on a high-traffic tabloid site. The headline read, "CEO's husband allegedly involved in surrogacy scandal with dying classmate." I stared at it for a moment, then kept reading. Sources claim that Liam Kay, husband of Victoria Stone, was romantically linked to a former classmate who later had a child via IVF with a terminally ill man. Allegedly, Liam was originally the intended father, but backed out due to pressure from his current wife. The article went on to quote anonymous insiders, twisted half-truths from the reunion, and even snippets of a private conversation Ryan and Serena must have recorded without my knowledge. "I didn't think they'd stoop this low," I muttered. Victoria folded her arms. "Damage control is already in motion. Our legal team is sending out takedown notices and PRs preparing a public statement." "But Liam," she paused, her voice softer now. "Are you okay?" I nodded, though my jaw was clenched. They're trying to ruin my reputation to get to you. That's all this is. Maybe. Or maybe they're trying to bait you into reacting, into revisiting what you've already walked away from. I stared at the phone again. It's Serena. She's flailing. She needs attention, sympathy, any card to play. I rejected her. Ryan's gone. Her company's hanging by a thread. She's desperate. Victoria walked over and sat beside me, placing her hand over mine. Do you want me to handle this? No, I said after a moment. I'll take care of it. The next day, I requested a private meeting with Serena. She responded immediately, setting the meeting at her company's downtown office. It was more a fortress than a business hub, glass, steel, ego. When I entered the boardroom, Serena was already seated, a legal pad in front of her and two suited men, her lawyers, on either side. She looked thinner, worn, still beautiful, but not in the radiant, untouchable way I once remembered. She looked tired. Liam, she said carefully, I assume this is about the article. You know it is. I didn't publish it, she said quickly. I didn't leak anything to the press. I sat down across from her and stared straight into her eyes. But you didn't stop it either. One of the lawyers cleared his throat. Mr. K, as this article makes unverified allegations, we'd be open to issuing a joint statement to clarify. I cut him off. There won't be a joint anything. This is going to stop. Now, Serena, you want to fight in the media, drag up the past, lie about your child's parentage, fine, but don't you dare use my name again. And don't ever try to come between me and my family. I wasn't trying to. You were, I said, voice combat sharp, and you failed. She looked down at her notepad, then back at me. I didn't mean for things to get this far, but Ryan, he told me to fight for what matters. And for a while I thought that meant trying to fix what I broke. You can't fix it, I said. Some damage stays done. There was a long pause. Finally, she said quietly, I've lost everything, Liam. My family barely speaks to me. The company board is planning to vote me out. Ryan's gone. And I look at Leo and I wonder what legacy I've given him. What kind of mother I've been. I just wanted anyone to believe in me again. I leaned back. Then start over, privately, away from me, away from Victoria. I don't hate you, Serena, but I don't owe you anything anymore. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she didn't cry. Instead, she stood, reached into her folder and pulled out a crisp white envelope. This is for you, she said. Ryan wrote it before he died. Told me to give it to you if things ever got this bad. I took it silently and stood to leave. As I walked toward the door, she called out once more. I really did love you, Liam. I just didn't know how to show it. I didn't answer. I just left. At home, I opened the letter alone in my office. Liam, I'm not sure if Serena will ever actually deliver this, but if you're reading it, then I'm probably gone. I don't know what kind of man that makes me to ask you for anything after everything I put you through, but I'm asking anyway. Be happy. You gave up a part of your body for her, for us, and I will never forget that. I know Serena took your love and used it like a weapon, but I never hated you for loving her. I hated that she never deserved it. Don't let our mistakes follow you. Don't let Leo be a chain around your ankle. Don't let this guilt, this chaos define you. You found peace. Don't let it go. Ryan. I folded the letter and slipped it into the drawer, not because I planned to revisit it, but because I wanted to remember that even the man I once despised was capable of clarity in the end. 2 days later, the tabloid issued a retraction. Serena released a public apology, admitting that the story was based on private, misleading information, and that I had no involvement with Leo or their IVF decision. She resigned from her CEO position shortly after. I didn't gloat. I didn't respond. I had no reason to. Victoria and I took Amelia on a weekend camping trip to the lake. No phones, no internet, just trees, silence, and stars. Amelia caught her first fish. Victoria read her poetry under the moonlight. And I finally let go, not with anger, not with triumph, but with stillness, because freedom isn't loud, it's quiet. It's a man sitting by a campfire with his wife and daughter, knowing that no one can take this from him again. Spring melted into summer, and with it, any remaining remnants of the storm Serena had tried to stir up. The media moved on. Serena's apology faded into the archives of the internet, and Ryan's letter remained unread by anyone but me, tucked in a drawer beside my daughter's finger-painted cards in Victoria's first love note. I didn't talk about Serena anymore, but that didn't stop the past from making one last move. It started with an envelope. No name, no return address. Just a thick ivory-colored envelope slipped under our front door one afternoon. I picked it up and turned it over. On the back, pressed in silver foil, was the crest of a private legal firm I didn't recognize. I opened it slowly. Inside were two documents, a finalized custody order, and a letter, my hands tense before I even began to read. To Liam. By the time you read this, I will be gone. Not in the dramatic sense, I'm not dying or vanishing into thin air. I'm just leaving for good. After the board removed me from my position, I realized I had nothing left to prove. The empire I tried to build with other people's lives fell apart because it was never mine to build. I was living through borrowed strength, through you, then through Ryan, and when both of you were gone from my life, I realized I didn't even know who I was. So I'm going away. Somewhere quiet. Somewhere Leo can grow without the shadows of gossip or the weight of my failures. This letter is not an apology. You already received one of those. It's not a plea either. It's a will. Ryan wanted Leo to be raised with strength, stability, and compassion. I once thought I could be enough, but I'm not. And I'm done pretending. That's why I'm giving you full custody. No battles, no strings, just you and him. You don't have to say yes. The court will place him elsewhere if you decline. But if you do say yes, if you choose to raise him, then at least one thing from our story won't end in bitterness. His things are in the lobby. He's waiting with a social worker. If you walk away, they'll take him to a foster center. If you don't, then maybe fate is giving you a strange kind of second chance. Goodbye, Liam, for real this time, Serena. I stared at the paper for a long time, then I opened the second document. It was legitimate. Signed, notarized, transfer of guardianship. No tricks, no clauses. I walked to the window, heart pounding. I didn't know what I felt. Anger, exhaustion, a strange, heavy pity, but above all, one word echoed in my chest like a drone. Why? Why did she wait until everything collapsed to let go? Why did she think I could be a father to a child conceived through betrayal? And yet I thought about Leo. I had only seen him briefly, round cheeks, big eyes, solemn expression, like he already understood too much for his age. He had Ryan's ears. Serena's jawline, but none of this was his fault. The sins of the parents weren't his to carry. I turned and walked to the door. The social worker was a soft-spoken woman in her 40s, her face lined with fatigue and empathy. She stood beside a small suitcase with dinosaur stickers on it. Beside her was a boy. Leo. He was quiet, his hands clutched around a worn-out teddy bear with one I'm missing. He looked up at me, unsure, guarded. I crouched down slowly. "Hi," I said. He didn't answer. "My name's Liam." He hugged the bear tighter. The social worker knelt beside him. "Leo, this is the man your mom told you about. Remember, she said he might come see you." His eyes flicked to her, then back to me. I exhaled. "You probably don't understand what's going on. That's okay. I don't really either." He blinked. "But I want to try something. If you want to come with me, I'll do my best. I'm not perfect, but I won't leave you." There was a long pause, then he held out his hand, tiny, fragile. I took it, and everything changed. When I brought Leo home, Victoria didn't say a word. She looked at me, then looked at him. Then knelt and offered him a cookie. He hesitated. She smiled. "No raisins, promise." He took it with both hands and sat on the floor quietly. Amelia peeked out from behind the sofa. Leo looked at her. She looked at him. Then, without a word, she disappeared and returned a moment later with one of her stuffed animals. She held it out to him, unsure. He took it slowly. No one spoke, but something settled in the room like a truce. Later that night, Victoria and I stood in the kitchen while the kids played on the rug. "You really brought him home," she said softly. "I didn't plan to." "Do you want this?" I didn't think I did, but when I saw him, I couldn't leave. Victoria leaned against the counter. "I knew you wouldn't. You've always had the kind of heart that bends for others even when it's been broken." I looked down. "Does it bother you?" She shook her head. "It inspires me." The next few weeks were an adjustment. Leo was quiet, often waking up in the middle of the night with nightmares. He didn't cry, he just sat up, breathing hard, clutching his teddy bear. I started sitting beside his bed when that happened. Sometimes I'd hum. Sometimes we'd just sit in silence until he fell asleep again. He didn't call me Dad. He didn't call me anything. But he stayed close. He followed me from room to room, not speaking, just being there. And slowly, cracks began to form in his silence. One night at dinner, he whispered, "This chicken's better than the one at the other house." Victoria smiled without turning it into a big moment. Another day, when Amelia tripped in the yard and scraped her knee, Leo was the first to hand her a bandage. We were becoming something, not a traditional family, not a replacement, but something real. One evening, as I tucked Leo into bed, he tugged my sleeve. "Do you miss my mom?" he asked. I sat down beside him. I did, once, but not anymore. He nodded like he understood. Then very softly, "Do you hate her?" I looked at him for a long moment. "No," I said finally, "but I don't love her either." He stared at the ceiling. "She used to cry when she thought I was asleep." "I believe that," I said gently. "She said you were a good man, and she was sorry." I swallowed hard. She told me not to be like her. That more than anything broke something inside me. Because maybe this child didn't just carry the mistakes of his parents, maybe he was here to end them. I leaned over and brushed his hair back. "You get to be whoever you want, Leo. None of this was your fault. You're not her, you're not him, you're just you." He didn't answer. But that night he slept through the entire night for the first time. Weeks passed, then months. Leo started school with Amelia. He joined swim class. He began calling me Dad one morning like it was the most natural thing in the world. Victoria cried when he said it. I just hugged him, holding on tighter than I ever had before. I never told him the full story, not yet, maybe one day. But for now, he didn't need the weight of the truth. He just needed safety. And we were building that brick by brick, together. Because love doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be real. The final chapter didn't arrive with fanfare. There was no confrontation, no twist, no final door slam. Instead, it arrived quietly, like dawn slipping through half-closed curtains, soft and inevitable. We had been a family of 4 for almost a year now. Leo had grown into himself in small, steady steps. The once silent child now laughed loudly with Amelia over cereal spills and ran freely through the backyard chasing fireflies. He had Victoria's cautious patience, Amelia's mischief, and a heart that no longer looked over its shoulder. And yet, as summer came around again, there was still one thing I hadn't done. Serena had disappeared. True to her letter, she'd left no forwarding address. Her name faded from headlines. Even social media erased her existence, no updates, no photos, nothing. But Leo never asked about her again, not once. Until a school project forced our hands. It was a genealogy assignment, my family tree. Leo brought home the paper, hesitant. "Do I have to write my real mom's name?" Victoria and I exchanged glances. I knelt beside him. "You don't have to do anything you don't want to, but if you want to talk about her, I'm here." He nodded slowly. I remember her eyes, and that she used to sing when she thought no one was listening, but not much else. "Is that bad?" "No," I said gently, "that's normal." He hesitated. "Do you think she'll ever come back?" I took a breath. "I don't know, Leo, but what I do know is that wherever she is, she believed you deserved better, that's why she gave you a different life." Leo looked down at the paper. "Then maybe I'll draw both trees. One for then and one for now." I smiled. "That sounds perfect." Summer brought warm days and even warmer memories. Victoria's company thrived, and I scaled back on consulting to focus more on the kids. We traveled to a cabin by the lake. Amelia learned how to kayak. Leo caught his first fish, then begged to throw it back. Our family wasn't a polished fairy tale. We had bad mornings, burnt pancakes, forgotten school shoes. But we had forgiveness, laughter, trust, real things. And sometimes at night when the house was quiet and the children were asleep, Victoria and I would sit on the porch watching the sky darken over the trees. "Do you ever think about her?" she asked me once as we sipped tea under the stars. Sometimes, I admitted, not in anger, just with acceptance. She reached for my hand. "You know, you never told me what finally made you take Leo in." I was quiet for a moment, then I said, "Because I couldn't let him become another casualty. I couldn't watch a child be abandoned and pretend I didn't care. That's what separated me from who I used to be. I finally acted from strength, not guilt." Victoria smiled. "That's why I love you. That's why they love you." And in that moment I realized something else. Forgiveness isn't just letting go of anger. It's letting go of the weight of who you were. It's making room for the version of yourself you never thought you'd become. 1 year later, a letter arrived. No return address. No signature. Just 4 lines written in a familiar slant. "He looks happier. Thank you for keeping your promise even when I didn't deserve it. Please don't tell him I wrote. This is enough." I stared at the paper, emotions rising quietly like a tide. Victoria read it over my shoulder. She said nothing, just placed her hand on my chest, right over the faint scar where my kidney had been removed years ago. Where it all began. I folded the letter carefully and tucked it into a drawer beside Ryan's, beside old photos and test results and court documents I would one day share with Leo when he was ready. Not to burden him, but to show him how far we had all come. The final closure didn't come with a confrontation. It came on an ordinary Thursday during a school play. Leo was dressed as a lion, Amelia as a star. As the music played and they sang off key with the other children, Leo glanced into the crowd, found us, and waved with both hands. Dad, Mom, look. Victoria waved back, beaming, and I didn't just smile, I felt it. That deep, quiet peace, that unshakable wholeness. Because life doesn't always end with a bow tied neatly. Sometimes it ends with a hand held tight in the dark, or a child's voice calling you dad, or a goodbye letter you never thought would come. And sometimes the best revenge is not revenge at all. It's healing. It's moving on. It's living a life so full, so grounded, so fiercely joyful that the pain becomes nothing more than a faint echo in the distance. The past was behind me. The future was here, and I was finally free.